As a kid, I used to read a lot of graphic novels. However, the one that stuck with me the most was the Pokémon Adventures series, specifically the Diamond and Pearl Platinum volumes. As a result, I'll be revisiting these books since I have all 9 volumes, as you can see, all 9. And so yeah, this is gonna be a bit of a doozy of a video because I'm gonna recap all of the plot events of the series. So get comfortable for this ride. As you can see, I'm wearing my Totoro hoodie. I know it's not Pokemon related, but it was comfortable and it's kind of on theme. So we're prepared for our book club. To start, as I start all my videos, I will give you guys a brief history on the Pokemon Adventures manga series, since most of you probably don't know what it is. Pokemon Adventures is a manga series that was written by Hidenori Kusaka and illustrated by Satoshi Yamamoto. The first volume of the series was released in Japan on March 3rd, 1997. The manga series follows miscellaneous adventures more within the realm of the video games of Pokemon rather than the anime. The first 3 volumes of the series were set in the Kanto region, similar to their red, green, and blue video game counterparts. The manga would then branch out into other stories as the games and regions expanded. In this video, I am specifically covering volumes 30 to 38 in the Pokemon Adventures manga series, as they are the volumes I read as a child, and they mostly take place in the Sinnoh region and follow the adventures of the titular characters Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. The volumes first began serialization in November 2006 and ended in July 2010. Based on my knowledge, the volumes seem to be independent of any of the stories before or after in the Pokemon Adventure series. So basically, the Diamond and Pearl arc is a separate story from the other arcs in the Pokemon Adventure series, as far as my knowledge. However, I would not be surprised if there are like some other characters or story elements that carry over. Either way, I will only be focusing on the Diamond and Pearl Platinum volumes, okay? And hopefully it tells its own individual story. And with that tangent aside, we're gonna start with Volume 1. And I'm excited to see how it holds up from my childhood and to see if like there's any nostalgia that I get from reading it, since I don't actually remember too many of the major plot elements that happen, so it's kind of like I'm reading it for the first time. Also, I'm assuming this is going to be a long one. So, let's just go. So, we start our story with one of our main characters who we will refer to as Platinum for the time being. It's this one. Okay. So, Platinum is waking up bright and early to her butler Sebastian calling for help. Apparently, today is the day that she will take her family journey to the peak of Mount Coronet, which is situated in the center of the Sinnoh region and divides its east and west. Platinum is the daughter of the Berlitz family, a distinguished family in the Sinnoh region for over the past 200 years. Their scholastic endeavors have amassed a great fortune for themselves. As a member of the Berlitz family, Platinum must take the trek to the peak of Mount Coronet to create the family emblem made from material that can only be found there. Platinum has decided to embark on this trip at a rather young age of 12, so her family has decided to set her up with 2 bodyguards to assist her in her journey. Remember, 2 bodyguards. So, as she plans to leave her mansion, her butler says that she will meet with her bodyguards in Jubilife City and that they will be wearing a green and red scarf. Truly the most descriptive instructions for like the heir of a wealthy family whose protection is a major concern. Yes, just find the guys wearing a green and red scarf at this city. Good luck. But anyways, we then get a spotlight on our other 2 main characters. We have Pearl and Diamond. Remember though, this is our main trio, so I hope you remember these 3 at least. Anyways, these 2 are a comedy duo who were inspired by another comedy duo that visited their town when they were kids. We see them competing in a comedy prix in Jubilife City at the start of our story. Their skit is entitled The 3 Gyarados, and it seems that the skit was basically that Pearl and his Pokemon Chatot, named Chatler, are looking for Gyarados, okay? And when he looks in the grass, he stumbles upon Diamond and his Munchlax, named Lax by the way, and they're dressed up as Magikarp. So Pearl's gonna get upset that they aren't Gyarados, and he's gonna hit Diamond on the head. However, whenever like they're in the middle of their sketch during this performance, Diamond ends up distracted by some snacks, and Pearl gets angry by this mistake. Nonetheless, the crowd laughs because I guess they think it's a part of their skit. And based on this one bit alone, we kind of start to see their two distinctive personality. Pearl is very much like the writer of these skits. We can like kind of see him visualizing the complete skit before it actually happens, and he's more of the leader and short-tempered one of the two, as he often hits Diamond on the top of their head for their punchlines and their jokes. Very hilarious. Meanwhile, Diamond is more of the well-meaning, easily distracted type. He also has a clear love of food, as he often snacks. So based on these initial impressions, I do hope there's like some character development, because these character archetypes, we've seen before. They can get bothersome if they're dragged out for too long. Either way though, we see Pearl storm off angrily after their skit, but Diamond goes to comfort him. Pearl then decides that they will just practice for their next competition, but then they're subtly approached by their manager. Apparently, they ended up winning a consolation prize for being the most spirited act, which is just like another term of saying a participation award, but we take those. So their manager hands them an envelope with their prize, and the duo rush to the stage to thank their audience. However, they run into Professor Rowan, who is with his assistant, Dr. Berlitz, who is Platinum's father, by the way. So, after colliding, the two groups mix up each other's letters. Pearl and Diamond receive a letter that Dr. Berlitz was supposed to give to Lady's bodyguards, and Dr. Berlitz ends up with Diamond and Pearl's prize letter. So, after thanking their audience, Diamond and Pearl open up the letter, and it says, Destination, Peak of Mount Coronet. Departure, 5 p.m. Rendezvous point, Jubilife Condominiums. Mission, Bodyguards. And their reward prize is 10 million Pokédollars. So, Diamond points out that this is a much better prize than the 1 million first place prize. But Pearl doesn't question this, He's just like, this is our consolation prize, and they just go to the site anyways. So, lots of questions here, but no answers are sought out, so cool, I guess. Dia does continue to point out, like, how weird the letter seems to be, like, especially the bodyguard part, which, yeah, why does it say, like, mission bodyguards? Like, that doesn't make sense. But Pearl just assumes that this is the rightful prize, so, they go to the point anyways. Meanwhile, Platinum's actual bodyguards end up going off to a park because that was Diamond and Pearl's actual prize that they were meant to receive. But we then go back to our other main character, Platinum, who is outside the condominiums looking for her bodyguards. She apparently received 3 sets of Pokédexes, Pokewatches, and starter Pokemon for her and her 2 bodyguards. So she lets out these 3 starters, and we see that Turtwig and Chimchar end up running and tackling down Diamond and Pearl, and Platinum takes this as a sign that these are her bodyguards because they also happen to be wearing a green and red scarf. So descriptive, yes. A for effort with these descriptions, the heir of the Berlitz family. She does pause for a moment though. Platinum questions because she's like, they're like my age, they're my bodyguards. But Turtwig is kind of getting a liking to Diamond, and Chimchar's getting a liking to Pearl, and so I guess she just assumes that it seems like everything is meant to be, everything's in place. So anyways, Diamond names his Turtwig that he now has True, and Pearl names his Chimchar that he now has Chimler. Also, Platinum has Piplup to round out our Sinnoh starter trio. Her second Pokemon, by the way, is also a Ponyta. So, this is our starter teams. If you don't remember, Pearl has Chimchar and Chatot, Diamond has Munchlax and Turtwig, and Platinum has Piplup and Ponyta. And so, we officially have our main trio all together. And also, by the way, I just wanted to add that Platinum doesn't nickname her Pokemon, unlike Diamond and Pearl. It's just something I wanted to add, if in case you were noticing that, No judgment to people that don't nickname their Pokemon, but, do you not love them? Anyways, a flock of Starly end up attacking our trio, right away, as soon as they get their starter Pokemon. And after a complete hour, Diamond and Pearl finally defeat the Starly. So, we're off to a very good start, as you can tell. So then after this, Diamond and Pearl formally introduce themselves. But Platinum doesn't tell them her real name, by the way. Oh yeah, they don't know Platinum's real name. She just like, and I quote, Sebastian always admonished me not to reveal my name to commoners. So this upsets Pearl because he thinks that like Platinum is a stuck-up tour guide. Because yes, Pearl thinks that Platinum is their tour guide. Don't get me started on his logic. But our main trio are finally off on their adventure. And the first event of note is that they stay at a fancy 5-star hotel per the request of Platinum. And I will say it here just once, yes, it is strange that they aren't questioning all these things that are happening. But we just gotta keep moving on, It's like a child show, Like, they're gonna address this point eventually. We just gotta go with the ball. So, back to the hotel, Pearl is shocked that they are staying in such a fancy hotel and is confused by Platinum's arrogance and like what she's hiding. So he decides to send his Chatot to spy on Platinum and find out what she's hiding. We see Platinum talking to Sebastian on the phone and she reassures him that she is being protected. Chatot like overhears this conversation and picks up the word protector and lady from Sebastian. So Chatot heads back to Diamond and Pearl and like informs them of this, but before anything happens, a horde of Bidoof just attacks Platinum's room out of nowhere. So that's count them 2 attacks. Like before I was kind of thinking like it's kind of weird that they're sending Platinum with bodyguards because 10-year-olds sending out on a Pokemon journey is common in this universe. But she's now been attacked by a horde of Pokemon twice in the span of one day. So, maybe it wasn't that outlandish of them to recommend bodyguards. But either way, upon hearing Platinum screaming, Diamond and Pearl run down to her room to see what the problem is. And Diamond eventually saves the day by leading the Bidoof to a gold statue that's like on the roof of the hotel, because apparently the Bidoof were attacking the hotel because the hotel was built on their natural habitat, and they need wood to keep their teeth from overgrowing, like beavers, they gnaw on wood to keep their teeth from overgrowing. So Diamond had the grand idea of using the gold statue on top of the hotel as a substitute for its hard exterior. And like, I guess this kind of goes to show like how smart Dia actually is, because he like has out of the box thinking, and the trio actually gets closer because of this event because Platinum is thankful that Diamond saved the day. It is also from this point on that Diamond and Pearl refer to Platinum as Lady because Chatot, earlier heard Sebastian calling Platinum Lady, and he reported that to Diamond and Pearl, and since they don't know Platinum's actual name, they're just like, we'll just call her Lady from now on. And so I will also be using that from now on because Lady is a much easier name to use than Platinum, and also because they call her Lady. No one else calls her Platinum, and so I get tripped up, okay? But anyways, our trio now move on from this event towards Orberg City. We then get a glimpse at Lady's actual bodyguards, who are Paka and Uji, and they are biking in the park that Dia and Pearl were actually supposed to be in for their prize. They decide an error must have occurred because, they're just strolling around in a park looking for their attendee, and they're just like, okay, we gotta figure out what's going on, and they speed off to find Lady. Meanwhile, our main trio are walking just towards Orberg City when Alexio appears and just attacks them. Add it to the count. So at first it runs off, but then it returns with its like entire pride, and Pearl uses his Pokédex in this moment and realizes that Lexio must be trying to impress his pride because he's an outcast for some reason. So Pearl gets in close to the Lexio with his Chimchar and realizes that Lexio's claws are actually chipped. And so since Lexio communicate through electricity, which Pearl found out in the Pokédex entry, Pearl deduces that this is the reason why he is an outcast. Pearl then grabs Lexio, like just grabs him up like Simba, and shows the pride. And he's like, look at this monster. He may have no claws, but he's still your pride, and you should accept him. And like this convinces them, I guess. And like Lexio just runs off happy with the pride. And, it's kind of a funny moment, but I guess it just shows like Pearl's determinedness to just like fight for what's right and change situations. And another thing that this helps is that from these past 2 incidences, Lady starts to see Diamond and Pearl as capable bodyguards, and she doesn't like question that they're her bodyguards anymore. She's just like, no, checks out. They saved me twice. I'll accept them. But she keeps these thoughts to herself because she's kind of like tsundere. She doesn't like want to get too friendly with them, commoners. But our trio finally make it to Orberg City, and Lady decides that she wants to go see the coal mines, as that's the main thing Orberg City is known for. So she tells Diamond and Pearl to find a suitable hotel for them in the meantime. Pearl stomps off upset that his tour guide is making him book a hotel, but he's satisfied because from the fancy hotel before, Pearl assumes that Lady is paying for their lodging, and so he just books the fanciest hotel in Orberg City. And at the hotel, Pearl and Diamond perform one of their routines, which they have had a few like comedy routines in the book that like they showed, but like I just skipped over them because they weren't important to the plot. But I will recite this comedy skit just so you like have an idea of what they're like, and just so you know that they're happening constantly. I'm just not telling you. I just want to preface this, by the way, that I'm not a voice actor, so it's gonna be very hard to differentiate when I'm speaking for Diamond and when I'm speaking for Pearl. But I'll try. Just know that like Pearl, I'm thinking more like a raspier, like more energetic tone, because he's like the one that's trying to do the punchlines, and he's like the one carrying like most of the lines in the skit. And then like Diamond's more soft spoken. That's the vibes I'm getting from him. So like I'll try to do that balance, but for safety I'll like put like an image or something to help you differentiate. But we're going into the skit. Speaking of Pokemon, Pokemon evolve when they grow up. They sure do. They get stronger and take on new forms. It's so cool. Yup. You're a big fan of evolution, huh? Is it that obvious? And then Pearl smacks Diamond, punchline. And then Pearl says, there are all kinds of evolutionary forms. Machop evolves into Machoke, and Psyduck evolves into Golduck. Ghastly evolves into Hauntler. Clefairy evolves into Clefable, and Pichu evolves into Pikachu. Tentacle evolves into Tentacruel. Good one. Marill evolves into Azumarill. Flour and yeast evolves into bread. Cream and sugar evolves into ice cream. That's not evolution, that's cooking. And then Pearl slaps Diamond again. And that's the comedy skit. So good. I promise the writing is pretty nice in this book. It's just the comedy skits sometimes are not for us, and that's okay. So from that skit, though, I think you can get the gist that most of their jokes right now are Daya saying something food-related. Pearl's jokes are like Pokemon prompts, and then Pearl slaps Daya either during the sketch or like at the end of the sketch as a punchline, or both. So they also start all of their skits, by the way, with the line, speaking of Pokemon. So that's what I started the skit with, and they do that for all of their skits, and that's just like their iconery, that's how you know that it's a classic Diamond and Pearl skit. But anyways, back at the mine, Lady is being shown around by a miner when a crowd of Kricketot just like swarm her and Piplup. So Chatot, who Pearl secretly sent to watch over Lady because he cares, flies back to Pearl and alerts the boys that Lady's getting attacked. So they rush down to the mines and they see that Lady's Piplup has taken on all of the Kricketot. And we learned that Lady's Piplup is like really prideful, as Piplup tend to be, from the anime we saw, when it comes to protecting Lady and being useful, because it nearly passed out when taking on the swarm of Kricketot by itself. But like also its pride got hurt because it almost passed out, and so like as a result, the miner is like, hey, Lady, your Piplup there seems like really determined to protect you and is like really strong, and so like to regain its confidence, maybe you should challenge the Orberg City gym. And like Piplup nods that it's like what it wants to do. So Lady decides that she will start training to take on her first ever gym battle, and we then get into this training montage time as Lady puts on a headband with the word victory on it, and Pearl decides that he and Daya will be the ones that train Lady and her Piplup. Not really Ponyta, Ponyta isn't really trained in this montage because the writers sidelined Ponyta. I'm so sorry. But Diamond has concerns at first because he's like, hey, Pearl, we don't have any battle experience. Remember, we're comedians. But Pearl's like, he admires Piplup's strong will, and he just wants to help them succeed. So he's like, I'll do it. So Pearl uses his Chimchar to train Piplup, which like just kind of helps as a baseline test for Piplup's strength. And then after that, they decide to put Dia's Turtwig up against Piplup, since that will be like a harder type matchup, and it will like really test her training. And also while they're training, Diamond puts on like this cutout cardboard Rourke head, just to like really get into character. So that's our training. And the next day, our trio arrive at the gym for their challenge, where they are greeted by this stone statue that like talks to them. You know, it's that stone statue at the beginning of every gym that like it's like, here's the type matchups and stuff like that. So that's talking to them, and the statue says that the gym battle will be a switch-in elimination battle with each trainers having 2 Pokemon. Lady must first defeat trainers in the gym before getting to Rourke, and also Rourke uses Rock type Pokemon. So Lady moves on ahead, but the statue stops Diamond and Pearl. And the statue's like, we don't allow spectators, and it kicks Diamond and Pearl out of the gym. So they have to find a window that's like outside of the gym. And Diamond is on top of Pearl in order to see out of the window because it's like really tall. And he's like, oh look, Pearl, Lady's already challenging Rourke. And so we see Lady's Piplup go up first against Rourke's Cranidos. So Piplup should have the advantage in this battle because, you know, Cranidos is a rock type, but Cranidos ends up using Shockwave, which takes Lady by surprise because it's like an electric type move. So she quickly switches out Piplup for Ponyta as Rourke switches in for Onix. Rourke then decides to set up a Stealth Rock and then one-shots Ponyta. What a tankless roll for Ponyta. I'm so sorry, getting one shot by an Onix. So Lady is forced to send out Piplup once again, and then Pearl's like, oh no, Piplup's gonna get hurt from the Stealth Rock, because remember, Diamond's like commentating all of this, so even though Pearl can't see the fight, he's like, this is what's happening, it's crazy. So anyway, Lady sends out Piplup again, and as Pearl pointed out, the Stealth Rock damages Piplup and puts it in critical condition. But Piplup still manages to one-shot Onix with a bubble, so you know. We're really getting into the go time because it's a 1v1 now. Piplup versus Cranidos, okay? Lady is panicked, okay? Because Cranidos uses Double Team and the accuracy is decreased and Lady doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know what the real one is and she's getting flustered. You know, they didn't have this in training in their one battle of training. She didn't prepare for this. But Pearl from outside the gym screams to Lady that she can't lose. This then gets the attention of the statue and he's like, hey, no outside help. You can't just scream, don't lose. That's helping. So then Diamond and Pearl are like, fine then, we'll do a little routine, but with a twist. And like, they basically just list out a bunch of Pokemon tongue twisters and end with the line, Corsola and Cranidos confused Clefairy and Clefable. This then gives Lady the idea to use Water Pulse, which confuses the Cranidos into hitting itself, and then Cranidos faints and Lady wins her first gym battle. So, you know, some cheating may have occurred, and yes, it is weird that Lady didn't think to just use Water Pulse on her own, because that move is stronger than Bubble anyways. But you know, a win's a win, and this is like Lady's first battle, so she needed all the help she could get. I don't know how that tongue twister helped her, but it did. So outside the gym, Lady thanks Pearl for his help and wonders how Pearl was able to help her in the battle so well. And this is when Pearl reveals that he actually learned Pokemon battling from his dad. And one of the things that he can do is that he knows what move a Pokemon will use next based on its body language, which is like actually a pretty cool like ability to have, and like something I didn't think is something that should be in the Pokemon universe. Like, you know, Pokemon trainers, like, they should have skills of their own that they train, and like Pearl having this like ability to predict moves based off of body language is like something cool that they don't use in the anime enough. Like, just trainers having like skills of their own and not fully relying on their Pokemon. So I just thought that was cool. But the chapter ends with Pearl passing out from exhaustion, and Diamond notes to Lady that Pearl is harder than any rock as we end that chapter. Not the volume, just the chapter. I just thought that was like a nice note, because like they pause on like Pearl passing out, and it's like it shows like a heartwarming moment of like Pearl helping out Lady and like them overcoming an obstacle, and just showing Pearl's character, you know, because he can be kind of like arrogant and annoying and kind of a bully, but you know, he's there for his friends when they need it. But moving on, our trio are off on their journey again, and they come upon Floraroma Town. And Lady goes to the local flower shop as Diamond runs off to a honey tree. And him and his Pokemon like start to lick the honey like off of the tree when a girl approaches with a bunch of comb bee, and she's like, they're eating the honey off of my tree, and like Pearl profusely like apologizes for Diamond's mistake and tries to comfort the girl with a joke. But then a Driftbloom approaches this little girl with a tattered jacket, and apparently the girl's father works at a nearby windmill lab, and the Driftbloom is his, and so the jacket is also her father's, and so 1 + 1 = 2. The father is in danger. So Diamond and Pearl run to get Lady, and all three of them go with this little girl to the windmill to figure out what's going on. And once they're there, they realize that something is off because the door is locked. And Pearl uses Chimchar to burn through the door, and they enter when a shadowy figure in a Bronzor attacks them. And the trio have to go deeper into the laboratory to escape, and they eventually find the girl's father, but he's being threatened by the shadowy figure Zubat. So Diamond and Pearl attempt to make the villain laugh with their stand-up routine, and like it actually works. But then the figure gets bored and threatens the dad again. So it worked for a bit. But Diamond goes full anime protagonist mode and like monologues to this shadowy villainous figure, and it's like, hurting other people isn't fun. I don't understand why you're doing this. And like he tries to say that like sharing joy is about laughter and like being with others, and then the figure's just like, I don't think so. And she just floods the lab with a sandstorm. So it didn't work. But our heroes still managed to escape, and the shadowy figure gets away on a helicopter and reveals that they have gotten enough electricity for their plan. Mwahaha. Although the figure got away, the girl's father is thankful that they helped him, and Diamond passes out on the floor after the events of the windmill, and Pearl remarks that Diamond is a pearl of wisdom. So, you can see what they're doing. They're trying to parallel and set up how Diamond and Pearl are helping Lady. The first one was Pearl helping with the gym, and now Diamond helped in this windmill because, he stood up to the villain and was like, hey, hurting people isn't fun. And then when the sandstorm hit, like, he saved everyone by breaking glass, so it's just showing that Diamond is helping in a different way from Pearl, but they're both still very helpful, and Lady recognizes this. So, I just think it's a nice moment. Very symbolic. But from this point, we follow our trio into the Eterna Forest, where they stop at the old Gateau because it's like getting late in the forest, and they don't want to camp out in the forest because Lady is all about staying in a fancy place. So they just stay in this random abandoned mansion that they found for the night. But Diamond and Pearl feel that there's an ominous presence inside this house, and so they decide to like chase this plasma around the house, and they eventually notice that this plasma, that it's just like a ball of plasma that they've been chasing around the mansion, they notice that it jumps into electrical appliances. So they trap it in a TV in like just a room with just that TV, and like they lock the door, and they're like, we handled that. And so the pair are satisfied with their results, and they sleep for the night as well, and they wake up and leave the next morning. It's like just a very quick chapter with a very small event, but at the end of the chapter it foreshadows that our heroes will return to the old Gateau in the future, because like there's an omniscient narrator now. I will say though that they will not return to the old Gateau for a very, very, very long time. So do not get your hopes up on this cliffhanger. But at the end of this chapter, our trio end up running into Gardenia, who's the Eterna City's gym leader, and she challenges the trio after Diamond and Pearl reveal that they trapped the plasma at the old Gateau, and she's like impressed by this because she's also heard of the haunted mansion, and she's like, oh wow, you guys trapped the plasma there? That's crazy. So she challenges them to a gym battle, and Lady's excited for this challenge, and they all train in Eterna City. And at the end of this volume, a woman named Cynthia passes by our trio, and she sees like how our trio gets along and how strong their Pokemon are getting. And she pauses for a second near the trio, and she's like, something's about to happen, as she smirks to herself. And we finish our first volume with our main trio starter Pokemon all evolving simultaneously. Woo, what a series of events. So, it was a pretty nice introduction to our journey. Lots of exposition, lots of setting up like the Diamond and Pearl dynamic and how it relates to Lady. Our gym battles and just the starter Pokemon. So even though it wasn't the most thrilling book, I'm excited to see where it goes. And luckily for us, we don't have to wait, because although we're done with Volume 1, Volume 2 is just right here. So let's get into it. So Volume 2 picks up where Volume 1 left off, with the 3 starters evolving simultaneously. At first, Pearl is a bit defensive around Cynthia, who approaches them asking who is she and how she knew about their Pokemon evolving. And then Diamond has this idea for them to do a skit to see if she laughs, because if she laughs, she must be good. And Cynthia ends up laughing from their skit. So Diamond's like, she must be a good one. So with that off the way, Cynthia begins to help Lady train by advising her to pay attention to her surroundings when battling. The battlefield can lead to many advantages and disadvantages in a fight. So we then see Cynthia leave to investigate something by a nearby building as our trio go into the gym, and the same thing happens as before. Lady goes off, but the statue stops Diamond and Pearl from going in, and so they have to watch from an outside window. But this time Pearl doesn't have to carry Diamond on his back. They both have a good view. And whenever they get to the window, they see Lady is fighting Gardenia in a 2v2 battle. It's Prinplup and Ponyta versus Roserade and Cherubi. And also, I just like to say, the reason they probably do this contrivance is they just don't want to write Lady fighting trainers, and they also don't want them to figure out Lady's actual name, because whenever they start the gym battle, the gym leader is like, thank you, Platinum, for challenging me. They use her actual name, not Lady. So that's why they have this contrivance for Innen, I think, but that's just a theory. So the battle begins, and Lady notices that they are on a huge battlefield, okay? The distance between Lady's Pokemon and Gardenia's Pokemon is basically a football field, okay? They're very separated. But Gardenia's Roserade suddenly attacks from below as a poison-tipped thorn KOs Lady's Ponyta. Once again, a thankless role for this Ponyta. Getting one shot in a grass-type it's crazy. I hope Ponyta does more in the future, but the writers are not letting up on the slander. But anyways, it's now Lady's Prinplup versus 2 grass types that are a football field away. The odds are not looking forever in her favor. But Lady tries to close the gap, but then Roserade just continues to attack with thorns from the ground, which, reading this, I'm not even sure what move Roserade is using, but it makes sense in the Pokemon universe. It's basically just thorns going into the ground and hitting Prinplup whenever it goes back up. So, whatever move that is, it's a move. But I do like the idea of innovative ways of battling Pokemon instead of, just the standard moves that we get in the game. So, I do like this more strategic and open-ended battling. I'm not judging it. I'm just saying I don't know what it is. But Diamond and Pearl see Lady struggling, and they try to do another routine to help her. However, the statue stops them because it's like, I've seen this routine before. You're trying to help her. So she just shuts them down. But in the middle of the battle, we switch perspectives and we see Eterna City's bike shop owner, Rad Rickshaw, tied up on the top floor of the spiky building that Cynthia was investigating. And he's surrounded by these guys in a bowl cut, wearing uniforms with a capital G on them, and just Cynthia barges into the room, and she uses her Spiritomb to attack the grunts. And Rad Rickshaw is freed, but he doesn't really see who rescued him. He's just like, I'm freed, someone attacked the grunts for me. And so that event happens. But back to the gym battle, Prinplup is attacked by Cherubi's Grass Knot, which does more damage because Piplup just evolved, and for some reason Gardenia laughs at this. She's like, haha, you may have evolved your Piplup, but it's taking more damage from my Grass Knot. So things are not looking great for Lady and Prinplup. But Lady remembers what Cynthia told her, and so in an instant, both Roserade and Cherubi faint, and everyone is shocked, and so am I, actually. But Lady explains to them that Primplup used Blizzard into the holes that Roserade created. And so, since they directly led to Roserade and Cherubi, you know, like, Roserade made these holes in the ground that, like, poked up and hit Primplup. Primplup was able to blow a blizzard into the holes that the Roserade made, and it, like, just attacked them and one-shotted them. And so, since Cherubi set up that grass knot on Primplup, they weren't able to see that Primplup was using Blizzard. So, you know, I mean, it was a worthwhile strategy, I guess, because it ended up helping her win, and also it goes back to Cynthia's advice of using the battlefield to your advantage. I don't know how a Primplup knows Blizzard, but we'll take it. Like, I kind of like the innovation. So, Lady gets her second gym badge as our trio exits, and Rad Rickshaw, you know, the bike shop owner, gives Diamond, Pearl, and Lady bikes for saving him, because earlier Cynthia used Bubble and Razor Leaf to free him, and so he just thinks that they're not Turtwig, the evolution of Turtwig, Grottle. He thinks that Diamond's Grottle and Lady's Primplup are the ones that saved him, so he's just like, here, no questions asked, here's some bikes for saving me. So the trio just take it because they're like, hey, free bikes, and they decide to go cycling down Cycling Road. The Lady seems to be having some trouble at first, because it appears that she doesn't know how to ride a bike, and Pearl asks Lady, hey, can you ride a bike? And she says that she can, despite falling over and over again. And Pearl gets annoyed by this and just yells that he will teach her. And so we get a dialogue between Pearl and Lady, and Pearl's trying to teach her to ride a bike. And I thought I would reenact this moment as well, just because I think it's like a nice trio interaction bit, and it was a pretty nice scene. So you get more voice acting, I suppose. Once again, not a voice actor. We do have Lady this time, so Pearl, raspy, more energetic toning. Diamond, softer tone. Lady, trying to be a female voice. We'll see where that goes, and I will indicate who is speaking somehow in editing, so hopefully you know who's speaking. And scene. Starting with Pearl, by the way, where Pearl's gonna be speaking, Diamond doesn't really speak. I'm just prefacing that once more because I feel like this is more softer Pearl, so I feel like it won't be differentiated from my Diamond. So we're gonna see how this sounds, but it's mostly just Pearl and Lady speaking, just so you know. Look, you don't have to rush into this. Just relax and try to feel your balance as you move. I'm not rushing. Crash. This is a gentle downward slope. All you have to do is take your feet off the ground and glide. You'll be fine. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm not afraid. Crash. It's natural to fall a few times when you're learning. It's alright to cry. Does it hurt? I'm not crying, and it doesn't hurt. Crash. Lady? And she just crashes multiple times after that. Yeesh, don't push yourself so hard. Let us help you. Huh? What's wrong? I scraped my elbow and my knee. Quick, someone get some antiseptic. Hold on, Daya. You can't learn to ride a bike without taking a few spills. If she lets that discourage her, she'll never learn. Fine, forget it. I'll practice by myself. Let's go, Primplup. And scene. Yeah. I don't know. I just wanted to reenact that. I thought it was a cute bit, you know. And it kind of just shows the trio dynamic, you know. We get to see Lady and Pearl specifically and how they interact and how they butt heads a lot, and like, you know, how Diamond's like trying to be the supportive figure but is like downplayed by Pearl. It's just a lot of things. But anyway, the situation ends with a skunk tank getting mad at Lady's constant falling because she's like making a bunch of noise when she falls, and so it sprays them and Lady passes out. So Pearl charges after her on his bike, with his Monferno, and he uses its like fire to speed him up, and he commands Priblump to use Ice Beam in order to create this like slope to prevent Lady from falling in like a hole on the road. And so Lady eventually wakes up and they cheer her on because she's actually able to ride her bike in this situation. And we get this like funny moment like where she can't stop, but she stops. So funny moment showing that Pearl cares about her even though he's tough on her, and some nice Pokemon action. The next chapter begins with a weird man named Cyrus signing a package at a local inn. He has the same logo as the grunts before, so remember this. It's assumed that he's an important figure in their team. But we go back to our main trio just after seeing this character, and they take a quick break at the hot springs, and they realize that they're like right outside Mount Coronet, and so they excitedly continue on towards it because it seems that their adventure may be nearing its end because they're like, Mount Coronet's right there. Except obviously it's not the end because we're on book 2 out of 9, so something's gonna happen. We then flash to Uji and Paco, who are Lady's actual bodyguards, if you don't remember, and they basically just like recap how they have been following Lady's trail without notifying her father, I presume, because her father doesn't know what Lady's been doing, and so they're basically already on Cycling Road though. So I guess this means that a confrontation is near, which is interesting because like that's pretty quick. Like once again, book 2 out of 9, so maybe they're gonna do a confrontation sooner than I expected, and they're not gonna drag it out. But back to our main trio, they are now inside Mount Coronet, trying to find a way to, get up it so they can get to the peak. But then they end up running into Cyrus, the main person like that was set up just a few pages ago, and he's on top of this ledge when he evolves his Pokemon into a Probopass and a Magnezone using like the energy of the mountain or something. And Cyrus turns to the trio disgusted, and he like causes the tunnel to collapse as he disappears into the fog. And the reason why he was disgusted was like they were just making a lot of noise while he was doing this like whole ritual thing, and he was basically just like, ugh, peasants. So the tunnel is collapsing, but Diamond is luckily not crushed by the rocks, but he can't find Pearl and Lady. And so like Diamond's like frantically calling out to them, trying to find them, and Pearl finally responds after Diamond exclaims, speaking of Pokemon, commitment to the bit. And so he finds Pearl because, well, he doesn't find Pearl, but he like kind of knows the general area Pearl is in because Pearl like gasps out, speaking of Pokemon. So even though he knows their general location under the rocks, like Diamond is still unable to like get to them directly, and he doesn't like know exactly where they are. But suddenly a Luxray appears, and like at first Diamond is frightened because he's like, not now, don't attack us now. But then he recognizes the claws of the Luxray, and it's the Luxio from before. And so Diamond asks it for help using its X-ray vision, and it helps, and it's able to locate Pearl and Lady. So Diamond uses his Pokemon to clear away the rocks and free Pearl and Lady, and they make their way off to Hearthome City. Luxray, unfortunately, is not able to join them because he has his pride, and they go off into separate directions. But, nice callback, They helped Luxio before, and now he's back to help them as a Luxray, Nice continuation. I see what you did there, book. So, our trio is now in Hearthome City, fully recovered, and they end up running into a Baneri who, like, appears to be dancing. So, Pearl ends up getting too close to the Baneri and, like, gets punched in the face, like, one of its ears. So, Pearl chases after the Baneri to a contest hall because he's mad at it. And Diamond and Pearl end up meeting the Baneri's owner, who is actually a judge for the contest that they hold in Hearthome City. But meanwhile, Lady accidentally finds herself on the actual contest stage. Like, I don't know how they got separated, but she's on the actual stage during the middle of a contest performance, and she, like, basically makes a fool of herself, and the crowd mocks her for being rich because, like, they see she has, like, jewelry on her fingers, and they're like, ha, she has no talent, and she thinks she can win with her money alone. And so, Lady is obviously outraged by this and vows that she will actually enter this contest being held tomorrow to prove that she is not just about her money and that she actually has skills, even though she is not a contest coordinator. So, the following morning, Lady is up bright and early with costumes for everyone, and she's like, "Hey guys, fun fact, I'm entering a contest." And they're like, "What?" But the boys just go along with it and they get dressed up too, and they start to prepare for the contest. And Pearl decides to choreograph and teach a dance for Lady and her Pokemon because that's one of the stages of the contest. And at first they struggle with it, so Pearl gives Lady this guide to read on how to win a contest. And Pearl is still hesitant about this whole entering a contest thing. He's like, "Why are you doing this all of a sudden? I thought you liked gym battles, and also we have to get back to Mount Coronet. Why are you doing all of this?" And he asks Lady why is she doing this, and Lady says that she promised on the Burlit's name that she was gonna prove herself. But this means nothing to Pearl, obviously, and they argue for a bit. Meanwhile, Diamond is approached by an old man who teaches him how to make Poffin, which is a Pokemon tree that can increase the attributes of a Pokemon based on how it is created. And these attributes are specifically for Pokemon. So it's specific Poffin can increase Pokemon's cuteness or toughness or coolness, things like that. So basically, Diamond decides to bake the perfect Poffin that will help Lady's Pokemon in the contest. So, as the contest draws near, our trio is completely focused, and we see the strength among the three of them all together. Lady is studying to learn her dance for the second part of the contest, which is a dance performance. Then we have Diamond, who's baking the perfect Poffin, which will help with the first stage of the contest, which is just a visual phase. And then the last phase of the contest is basically showing off your Pokemon's moves to impress the judges, and Pearl is studying up on this phase to figure out what Lady should do. And so, with preparations complete, Lady enters the contest. Right before the first phase of the contest, we already see some mischief afoot, as Lady's fashion case is completely messed up by an opponent's Pachirisu. And so the first phase begins, and in this phase, contestants are given 1 minute to dress up their Pokemon according to a theme. And the theme for this contest is the intangible, which that's actually kind of a fancy theme. I thought they were gonna do something basic. I'm impressed, contest. But anyways, Lady is flustered because she opens her case and it's completely disorganized. But thanks to Diamond's perfect Poffin that he gave Lady before the contest, Lady is able to pull through in the visual phase at the last second. And so, in the dancing phase, Prinplup is actually tripped up by the three opposing Pokemon during the dance. They trip Prinplup. And so the phase ends and Lady runs to her dressing room in a panic because she knows now that the other teams are sabotaging her, and she's just thinking of quitting and giving up. So she tries to explain this to Pearl about the sabotaging and just feeling there's no point. But Pearl's just baffled that she's even thinking of giving up after all their trainings. So eventually he gets annoyed and exclaims that he doesn't care if she gives up or not and storms off. But then Diamond enters right after Pearl, and he's entering with this silver platter that has a cover over it, and he says to Lady that he has a special treat for her. At first Lady's confused because she's like, "Oh, Diamond, the visual portion of the contest is over. I don't need any more Poffin." But Diamond explains that this is a treat for her actually, and it's a nice pie. And Diamond basically explains that he would always get nervous before a performance with Pearl, but eating always helps calm him down. So he hopes that this pie will help cheer up Lady and calm her nerves. And Lady actually is cheered up by Diamond's story and treat, and she decides to stay for the final phase of the competition. And on top of that, she manages to show off Prinplup's moves despite sabotage and win the contest. So at the winning ceremony, Lady speaks up and explains that it was with the help of her two best friends that she was able to come this far. And the trio all celebrate as two hecklers from the audience, they're exiting the contest hall and they're ranting about they still think Lady is privileged and how they hate her. But this lady named Fantina overhears them and like uses her drift bloom to like throw them out. It's just a funny moment. So our trio leave the hall satisfied with their win, but we actually see Lady's actual bodyguards, Paka and Uji, spying on them. And for some reason, they think that Diamond and Pearl had kidnapped Lady. Well, I guess not for some reason. Like, they're supposed to be her bodyguards, but Diamond and Pearl are acting as her bodyguards, so I guess it checks out. Well, anyways, they think that Lady is their hostage, so they need a plan to separate them. So, while that's happening, we cut back to our main trio, and Fantina, the lady from before, approaches our trio and congratulates them on their contest win. She was amazed by their collaboration and like how Lady showed off Primplup. However, she explains that they have no time to talk because she feels a funny presence nearby. And so, like, initially, Fantina thinks it's the two ladies who were, like, heckling Lady before. And so she's just like, why are they still chasing us? We have to get away. And they fly away on Fantina's drift blim onto a location called the Lost Tower. But in reality, it was Paka and Uji who were following our main trio. But our trio are now on top of this lost tower, and Diamond and Pearl decide to perform a comedy routine to thank Fantina for helping them, and Lady decides to explore the tower a bit on her own. Oh, and also I forgot to mention that Fantina talks like this with a French accent. I can't believe I just did that. I just wanted to say that. I'm not sure if you'll ever hear me do that again, but I just thought it was funny. I don't know. Feeling quirky. But back to Paka and Uji. Okay, the bodyguards. They arrive at the Lost Tower when a group of grunts attack them. And we then see their leader in a control room that's like not at the tower. Like he's in a control room and he's just like looking at the Lost Tower through a remote device that has a speaker and a camera. But apparently this mysterious leader's plan is to eliminate Lady's bodyguards in order to capture Lady and ransom her for 150 million Pokédollars, and that they need this money to fund their plans apparently. And we know that this is something to do with that like team with the big G from before. So since the commander doesn't know what Lady looks like for some reason, but knows what her bodyguards look like, they're just targeting the bodyguards, and like if we take out the bodyguards, we'll be able to find Lady and take her out too. So the bodyguards are attacked and they have to fight at the bottom of the Lost Tower. Meanwhile, Lady, who's exploring the Lost Tower, sees them fighting like from the stairs, but she just thinks it's some random trainers and she heads back up, and Paka and Uji don't see her. But in the battle, Paka and Uji managed to use a combo move with their Buizo and Burmy to create like a tornado of leaves to destroy the camera spying on them. So the commander has lost connections between the battlefield and the grunts. So Paka and Uji high-five thinking that they defeated the people who kidnapped Lady because they think that Diamond and Pearl were behind this somehow. So they decide to like rest for like a hot second before retrieving her in the tower. Don't understand their logic, but like, okay, you know, they just fought a hard battle, you know, let's take a break. But we then get a clearer look on the figure who is behind the camera, and it's someone named Commander Saturn, who is one of the high-ranking officials of this evil corporation that we've been teased about before. So, despite losing, they did manage to get like a blurry image of Lady from the camera, which like, it's like kind of a disturbing like image, like just from the angle that they captured her from. Like it looks like she's like dying, or like she just murdered someone. I don't know. But then we see the commander who was at the windmill, you know, the windmill incident from before, and that commander's name is Mars, and she has an electivire that she's using to channel the electricity that she gathered from the windmill lab. So the team's plan is in motion, and they have settled on kidnapping Lady to fund their projects. But back at the Lost Tower, Fantina uses her drift blim to give our trio a ride to Salacion Town. And basically right after landing, the trio's picture is like taken by this like photographer duo, and like they run off. So the trio are like confused about like what's happening. You know, they just landed in this town from like flying off of a Drifblim. And so they decide to confront the newspaper business in the town, and the owners basically explain that the picture was to capture these like two unknowns, which is a Pokemon, that were above their head, and not to just like take pictures of random people. So Lady actually sees the image and remembers reading about these Pokemon back at her mansion, and so she decides that she wants to help these reporters find the unknown runes. So while investigating, Pearl and Diamond are approached by the two unknown from the photo before, and they end up pulling Lady aside to go explore the ruins with these unknown without the reporters knowing. So, they're just going to the ruins with these two unknown that were like following them for some reason, and they're not letting the reporters know. So, inside the ruins, they discovered that the unknown called to them because there are other unknown stuck in a hidden room of this cave. So, the trio accidentally like trigger a trap that flips a wall, like a trap wall, and our trio are now trapped inside a dark room. But their two fire Pokemon, Monferno and Ponyta, are like stuck on the other side of the wall for some reason. So like it makes me like wonder if this trap was like specifically designed to keep out fire Pokemon to like stop the people who were trapped from creating light, or if like they were just unlucky and like Ponyta and Monferno got caught out for some reason. But then like this begs the question if like this is the same for electric Pokemon, because they could also provide light, Anyway, using Lady's knowledge of ancient ruins and languages, they are able to decipher the code in the cave and escape, and also reunite all of the unknown together, as well as reunite with their Monferno and Ponyta. But not like it matters, because no one cares about Ponyta. But after seeing all of the unknown together, they decide to keep the ruin a secret, and they head towards a place called Celestic Town, because it's actually near Mount Coronet. So the book ends with Professor Rowan and Mr. Berlitz, the professor and Platinum's father. They're at a conference in Canalave City, but before going into one of their presentations, they are offered a newspaper clipping from Solaceon Town, but they reject it. However, we do see that on the front page of this newspaper, it has the image of our trio. So, it's kind of foreshadowing like that even though they don't know the idea that our main trio are going to get exposed to Platinum's father, it's very much getting built up to that. But we'll find out what happens in the next volume. And, luckily we have it just right here, volume 3. So, gotta keep this train rolling. So starting off volume 3, we see the Veilstone City gym leader Maylene, and she's training her Riolu and Metatite. She's anxiously waiting for a trainer that can end her current win streak. And we then transition to our trio, who have decided to take a detour into Veilstone City after running into a horde of Psyduck on Route 210, preventing them from making it to Celestic Town. Which reminds me, this was kind of foreshadowed in the last volume, and I just forgot to mention it. Like, this is, like, all a part of the evil team's plan. They, like, planned this, Psyduck horde, so just wanted to add a note in there. Anyway, in Veilstone City, we see Lady go off on her own to find a hotel. Instead, however, she finds a casino and is hooked into gambling at the slot machine. Same girl. Diamond and Pearl eventually find Lady, and like she's going crazy at the slot machines, okay? She has mastered the art of stopping the machine at the perfect time and has read like all about the like various rewards and bonus rounds, just like me for real with my gacha games. But anyways, Lady's gambling addiction gets her in trouble with Pearl because he's like, it's bad for you. Heard that a million times. But at least she won a zoom lens item, It's an item that basically increases the accuracy of your Pokemon's moves. So, they decide to try practicing with this item since it will make aiming easier, and they've never used a Pokemon item before. So they decide to test it with Monferno first, but they accidentally throw a fireball right at a nearby Maylene. So she's able to dodge the attack, though, because of her quick reflexes, and she challenges our trio, specifically Monferno, to a gym battle to see its true strength or something like that. So our trio starts to train, and since Maylene had a particular interest in Monferno, Pearl decides to lend Monferno and Chatot to Lady for her to use in the gym battle. Which, that's a nice toss up. So the main thing that they're practicing in this session is Lady getting used to commanding Pearl's Pokemon and like trying out a combo attack. And so like I do kind of find it funny though that they're already switching to Lady using Pearl's Pokemon because like it's not like they gave Ponyta a chance to sign in a gym yet, so kind of funny. But Lady trains for a little bit longer when she starts to head towards the hotel because she's like calling it a night. However, she is greeted by an old man who recognizes Lady from the casino from the other night, and he asks her if she could help him win the slot. So, although Lady refuses and says that she told her friends she wasn't gonna gamble anymore, the old man like still drags her into the casino for good luck. With like, that seems like a bit odd to me, like an old man forcing a young lady into the casino to like just be his good luck charm. But it's the world of Pokemon, I guess. Whatever. But back to Diamond and Pearl. They're practicing a routine when Lady comes back to the hotel and like she's very tired. So they just think that she's been training this whole time, but little do they know what she was actually doing. So we then jump straight to the gym, okay? And Dia and Pearl are actually allowed to watch this time. So, a nice change of pace. And they reach Maylene. We don't see the other fights. We just go straight to Maylene. And it's time for the battle. And it will be a single elimination switch-in where both sides have 2 Pokemon. Like her first gym battle with Rourke, basically. So, Maylene asks if they are ready, and Lady tries to pull out her Pokédex to like start analyzing Maylene's Pokemon data, because that's how you should start the fight. But she realizes something, and she quickly pulls Dia aside, and she tells him that she left her Pokédex at the casino. And like Diamond like nods his head and he understands, and he heads off to get it. So Maylene's annoyed about like Lady's shenanigans, I guess, because she's like lollygagging, I suppose. But the battle begins. So the battle begins with Monferno versus Riolu, and there's like a bit of back and forth, but Monferno starts to lose its strength from a drain punch, and Lady decides that she should switch out for Chatot since it's a flying, and flying beats fighting. So Maylene follows suit and switches out Riolu for Metatite, and there's more back and forth when like Chatot knocks out Metatite with a mirror move. This victory is short-lived though, because Riolu knocks out Chatot like right away. So once again, we're back on Monferno versus Riolu. And then Maylene like shouts out that like her hunger is her weapon, and like she uses a rock smash to like rip apart the battlefield, and like there's stones scattering all over the place. And like, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that about that line that she just said. Maylene's whole thing is basically she's on a single berry diet with her Pokemon and constantly exercising, and she mentions it again here. And like, usually I wouldn't mind this characterization, but Maylene was like kind of being aggravating earlier, so I'm sorry, but like all of this pent up anger seems to be about like Lady being rich and like being able to eat whatever she wants, and here Maylene is struggling to train to her regime, and I'm just like, seems like a personal problem. Don't be bringing this into a gym battle. Like, oh my gosh. But anyways, to make this interlude of the gym battle even longer, we switch to Diamond's perspective as he's searching the casino for Lady's Pokédex. And he's redirected to the Lost and Found. But first, he calls the gym to like just update Lady, I suppose. But Pearl picks up, and he says that the owner of the casino, and Diamond says to Pearl that the owner of the casino helped him find the Pokédex. So like, I'm not quite sure like why Dia did this. Like, I don't know if he was like just trying to keep them updated, and like if he knew that he should have kept this a secret from Pearl. Well, I'm assuming Diamond's like kind of innocent, so like I'm assuming that like he just told Pearl because he was like, I'm just trying to inform you guys, like Lady's gonna get her Pokédex, I'm on the way. But either way, Pearl is mad because he realizes that Lady was at the casino, and that's why she's so tired. And so he's yelling at Lady, and Lady yells back saying that she didn't play, but Pearl doesn't believe her and just thinks it's a bunch of excuses because she has a gambling addiction. And then Maylene butts in, and it's like, I don't care, but I won't lose to a rich, spoiled girl like you. And like, sorry, Maylene, no one was talking to you, girl. Anyways, Maylene like tries to taunt Lady by saying, go ahead, use that zoom lens from before and try to hit me through all these stones. I bet you'll still miss. But Lady like tosses the zoom lens aside and says that she will still win this battle even without it. That's how determined she is. So, Lady focuses on the Riolu's movements between the rocks, and like the way Riolu is moving between the stone rocks in the gaps, she like visualizes it as a slot machine. So like she's like lining up the numbers, like waiting for her perfect winning 777, and she finally sees the small opening and she's able to KO Riolu with Monferno's like fireball attack or something like that. And she wins the gym battle, and like Maylene congratulates Lady on her amazing battling. Like she admits her defeat. I guess she gained her respect, and that's when Maylene's father like barges in, and it turns out it's the old man from the casino. And the old man admits that Lady was only helping by watching and being his good luck charm, and that she stuck to her word of not playing. He also noted that it was because she was at the casino that she was able to gain this ability to focus and win in this gym battle. And like it came into play. So it just goes to show that gambling can 100% help you in the real world, no matter what anyone says. Lady is truly an icon and role model for us all. We then go back to Daya, who is at the Lost and Found and finally finds Lady's Pokédex. And like he goes up to reach for it, but then a grunt like suddenly appears, like one of the grunts from the evil team, and takes the Pokédex. And the grunt teases Diamond by saying that everything in this Lost and Found is his, and that Diamond is in his territory. So Diamond though uses a berry to like trip the grunt as he's like trying to run away, and he grabs the Pokédex and Diamond runs towards an exit. Meanwhile, we see Pearl and Lady like wandering the streets trying to look for Diamond when all of the street lights just go out and Lady is chloroformed and then taken away while Pearl is like frantically looking around for her. And I'm like, what is happening? But then it's just revealed that it's Uji and Paka, her bodyguards, that kidnapped Lady in order to get her away from people she thought that kidnapped her. You see the irony here. So, you know, odd method that they chloroformed her, but I guess it worked. So, they hide Lady inside a closet of a department store that's, like, closed for the day, I suppose. And they, like run back out into the city to fight off the evil goons. And so, we then see Diamond running out of the Lost and Found, and he meets up with Pearl, and that's when they're chased by even more of these evil grunts. And so they end up back to back with Uji and Paka, and oh my god, it's actually happening, only in Volume 3. And so thus the misunderstanding starts to clear as Uja and Paka confront Diamond and Pearl. So at first, they accuse Diamond and Pearl of kidnapping Lady, but then Diamond and Pearl argue and they're like, we have no idea what you're talking about. And then Uji and Paka basically say they are the hired bodyguards of Mrs. Berlitz, the only daughter of the prestigious Berlitz family. And so they basically ask once again Diamond and Pearl if they are friend or foe. And so in the moment, Diamond responds that if their job is to protect Lady, then they are on the same side. Well spoken. And like Pearl's in the background, he's just like trying to process this because, you know, a huge bomb was just dropped, but Diamond seems to be okay. But the four of them fight as a team as, you know, we get this combination of a sandstorm attack with Monferno jumping from rocks, eliminating grunts left and right, and then like Uja and Paka are impressed by Diamond and Pearl's strength and battle, and they're like, hey, if we actually properly trained them, they could actually be bodyguards. Foreshadowing. We then see Monferno and Grotto evolve once again into Infernape and Torterra, which like is kind of crazy if you think about it, because we're on volume 3 out of 9, and it's like the starters are fully evolved, so like what's gonna happen? How are the Pokemon gonna get stronger from this point on? But anyways, our heroes are running away when we get some more interludes. First, we see Lady wake up and begin to wander in the department store, wondering where she is with her Prinplup. And then another interlude we get is that we see Commander Saturn, who still doesn't know where Lady is, but they are determined to eliminate her bodyguards. And so he decides to use, oh, and we get a name drop of the evil corporation finally, Team Galactic's old experiment, the Energy Blast. So Commander Saturn belongs to this evil corporation that we've been teased about this whole time, Team Galactic, and he's gonna use this like energy blasting gun to defeat Lady's actual bodyguards. So he commands his grunts using the camera robot devicey thing from earlier to lure our heroes out to a target zone. So Uja and Paka like kind of sense that some danger is approaching, and so they decide to hide Pearl and Diamond in some trees with their scars because they're 12 years old, and we have determined that they are not a threat. Like, this was just a misunderstanding. They did not kidnap Lady. So they tell them to command their Pokemon from a safe distance as they will fight on the front lines. So the grunts have Uja and Paka cornered, and that's when Diamond and Pearl are able to use their newly evolved Infernape and Torterra to break a gigantic like satellite dish, and like it falls onto the grunts and traps them in this cone. So the battle seems to be over, but that's when Commander Saturn unleashes the Energy Blast weapon that directly hits Uja and Paka, and like we start to see them start to disappear into thin air. And so on one end we have Commander Saturn monologuing about them being wrenched from this world and being imprisoned for all of eternity. But then he gets bored and like he just turns his attention away. So, you know, I guess he accomplished his goal of defeating the bodyguards, but like I don't know like why he's so satisfied so quickly. He hasn't captured Lady yet, but he's satisfied for now, and he like just turns off his camera and like goes to his own business. Meanwhile, we see Diamond and Pearl run up to like a slowly dematerializing Uji and Paka, and like they're trying to stop them from fading away, but it's no use. They're already in the process of like dematerializing. Nothing they do will change that. And so we have this tearful farewell between Diamond and Pearl and Uja and Paka that I suppose I will narrate for you all. Oh god, why did I choose this scene to narrate? There are 4 characters in this scene. We'll see how it goes. You know, it's a crucial moment. I should say what the words say. It's not gonna go well, but here we go. Okay, so we're starting with Paka and Uji, who are fading away, and then Diamond's gonna cut in, and then we're gonna get some Diamond and Pearl back and forth. So Paka and Uji, I'm gonna try to do a deeper voice. We'll see how that goes. Sadly, our time together was brief, but nevertheless rewarding. What are you saying? We accept that this is the end for us. We've made it through plenty of tight spots together, but never something like this. We know there's no way out for us now, but that doesn't change the fact our young charge is still being pursued by the enemy. Someone must continue to protect her. We beg of you, we have failed to complete our mission to bring her home safely. Protect her! Okay, well, they just dematerialize, you see. Yeah, they don't like faint on the ground or anything, but they're gone, okay? Their sunglasses don't dematerialize with them though, so it like clacks down to the ground, and Chatot is like crying and like repeating, protector, protector. It's like very emotional. But we're gonna continue the scene, and so now it's just Pearl and Diamond. Daya, is it okay if I lean on you for a sec? Sure. I can't seem to stop shaking. They're both gone. Yes. And in their final moments, all they talked about was Lady. Yeah. I can't believe Lady isn't our tour guide. She is a real lady, though. One who's important enough to have bodyguards. That's right. Huh? Diamond! It sounds like all this doesn't surprise you. No? How long have you known? I thought something was weird from the start. Getting an all-expenses-paid trip, complete with a tour guide as its prize? It didn't make sense. Finally, I realized what happened. Remember when we bumped into those guys? Right after our comedy contest? I figured we accidentally switched papers. They got our prize and we got their job. But why didn't you say something before? Because I was afraid if I did, our trip would end. End scene. Yeah, it's a nice scene, you know, and we see Pac and Uji. They actually fade away, they're gone, and like Diamond and Pearl are faced with this reality that Lady is actually this daughter of this prestigious family. Pearl is like, why aren't you freaked out? They're gone. We like, what are we gonna do? And then Diamond's like, oh, like I kind of figured, showing that he's actually intelligent. And we get, you know, this touching moment from Diamond where he's just like, I just didn't want the trip to end, and it's just, it's so cute, it's so adorable, it's so, I like they died, yes, it's so sad, but so adorable. But yeah, I thought it was a good moment. Hope my voice acting did some of the justice. But truly a nice moment. But anyways, Pearl is now enlightened by Diamond's words, and he knows what they must do now. So they go to the department store and find Lady, and like they get down on their knees and they're like, "We swear to you, from this day forth, we promise to guard you with our lives." And Lady's like a bit confused by this because she's like, yeah, I figured. But you know, we now have 2 out of 3 of our trio that knows the truth of their little charade. So, you know, we're only bound to see what will happen when Lady finds out eventually. But that's not the end of the book yet. So, Lady's basically, oh yeah, so while you guys were gone, I was like, you'll never guess what happened. I was just like working out in like one of the facilities in the department store with my Prim Club, and then it suddenly evolved into Empoleon, just like off screen, or off book, I suppose. And like I just think it's funny that like Infernape and Torterra evolved like during the series battle confrontation with Team Galactic, and Lady's just like, yeah, I was like just jogging and I got an Empoleon. Like I know it's to like keep the narrative that the starter trio are like bonded together and they're gonna like evolve at the same time. Just kind of find it funny. But we also get more Team Galactic perspectives as we switch to Cyrus, who arrives at the headquarters and scolds Saturn for using the energy blaster. But his attention is on the galactic bomb that they are currently building. And so we see the grunts that try to steal the Pokédex from Diamond. And he's like at the Lost Tower. And he recovers the broken recording device. And he's able to retrieve footage of like a still image of Lady. So one of the Team Galactic grunts has a still image that shows what Lady actually looks like. Dun dun dun. But that's still not the end of this book because we have another short arc to cover. So our trio passed the Valor Lakefront on their way to the Hotel Grand Lake, which is like one of the fanciest hotels in the Sinnoh region apparently. So it starts to rain heavily though, and so they have to stop at a nearby restaurant to like wait out the storm. And the restaurant turns out to be like a battle restaurant, and Diamond and Pearl have some double battles against trainers, and they win a meal. So they are suddenly introduced to a man named Dr. Footsteps, who appears and like starts collecting footsteps of their Pokemon, and apparently he can read Pokemon's footsteps and like decipher what they're thinking. So Lady is intrigued by this, and she decides to follow Dr. Footsteps back to his lab. So back at the lab, Dr. Footsteps is intrigued by a Hippowdon that's nearby, and he like tries to take the footsteps of it, but then this causes the Hippowdon to get like upset and create a sandstorm, and it blasts our trio off to Lake Valor. You know, we're just setting up a contrivance to get our trio to Lake Valor. So our heroes are now separated, as Lady and Dia are on the coast of the lake of Lake Valor, and Pearl and Dr. Footsteps are like on an island that's in the middle of the lake. So while looking for Pearl, Diamond tells Lady a story of him and Pearl from their childhood. So one day, after watching their favorite comedians perform a bit of a shiny red Gyarados in a lake, kind of a callback to their Gyarados skit at the beginning, they went to Lake Verity to search for a Gyarados themselves. However, Diamond and Pearl got separated while searching. So while by himself, Diamond saw this like lake spirit shining from the center of the lake, and he passed out, and he was later found by Pearl and his dad. So Diamond says that this lake reminds him of that moment. Suddenly, Diamond and Lady are attacked by these 2 scientists with like a Drapion and a Kricketune, and the scientists say that they're guarding this lake and that Cyrus said there's no trespassers allowed. So they're clearly working for Team Galactic, but Diamond and Lady don't know like the name Cyrus, and like they don't know Team Galactic, so they don't know what's going on. But anyways, a fight ensues where Diamond tries to protect Lady, but he's like on the verge of defeat when a flash of light appears once more and blinds the enemy's Pokemon. And this gives Diamond an opening and they're able to defeat the scientists. We then see Pearl and Dr. Footsteps swimming to Diamond and Lady from like the center island. And so Diamond asks Pearl like about the flashing light, like if they saw it, and Pearl says that he didn't see anything. And then meanwhile, Lady's like kind of off to the side and was like, "Wait, Diamond, you said that you didn't tell Pearl about the thing at the lake all those years ago?" And he was like, "Yeah," and he was just like, "I don't really know why. I just felt like that's what I had to do." So, you know, we're getting some foreshadowing with these like lake stories. It's very interesting, very odd. I don't know if I explained it well, but basically these two lake events happened, one in childhood with Diamond and like one now kind of with Pearl, because there was a flash of light and Pearl says he didn't see it though. Interesting things. But at the end of this, we have Lady doze off because, like, I guess she's just tired from the events of the day, you know, blown in a sandstorm, attacked by two scientists. But she wakes up the next day and she's sleeping by a tree by the lake still. And Diamond and Pearl bring her a meal, doing their bodyguard duties. And they apologize for not bringing her to the Grand Hotel, but they didn't want to wake her up. And Lady says that it's okay because they got to see this great view of the lake in the morning anyways, and they were here. So, you know, it's kind of like some character development. We see Diamond and Pearl actually being bodyguards and caring for Lady, and Lady getting used to the wilderness, you know, so nice moments all around. But our trio decide to leave Lake Valor, but before that, we see Pearl kind of like look back on the center island of Lake Valor, suggesting that he did in fact see something. Ooh. And the last bit that happens in this book is that our trio have now made it to Pastoria City, and Lady wants to challenge the gym leader there, whose name's Crasher Wake, but she is told that she should try to get a grass-type Pokemon first from a nearby marsh, since Crasher Wake uses water types. So, our trio go to the marsh and try to catch Lady a new Pokemon. However, they struggle and like even end up like sinking in this mud pit in the marsh. So while they're struggling to get out, a Carnivine attacks them and the volume ends. So a lot happened in this book, you know. We got our Uja and Pocky resolution, which I didn't expect to happen so soon, but that happened. And then we had some Lakes shenanigans with the Team Galactic, and now Lady is on to beat her fourth gym leader. So, you know, what more can escalate in this next chapter? Well, something I haven't been mentioning is that at the end of these volumes, they actually give you a little teaser of what's going to happen in the next one. So, actually, just as a tidbit, because I think this is an interesting teaser that they gave, we see in this intense frame, Diamond tells Pearl that he isn't his sidekick. As you can see, this intense scene. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So, we're getting a Diamond and Pearl fight in the next volume. Let's see how this happens. So, moving on to volume 4, we are back to the marsh, and we see Carnivine eating, like, trying to eat Munchlax and Chatot, but it's quickly scared away. But wait! Lady is still underwater! Oh no! Luckily, Infernape, like, spots air bubbles, and it's able to save a drowning Lady. So, the conflict is quickly resolved, but our trio are all out of Pokeballs now, and they have to leave the marsh empty-handed. So, the group just decides to have Lady use Diamond's Torterra as her grass type, and, like, it kind of makes you think, why didn't they do this from the beginning? But, like, it also makes me wonder, like, will they ever catch a Pokemon? Because they seem kind of incompetent at it, and we're at, like, volume 4 already. Like, are we gonna do some, like, actual Pokemon catching in this Pokemon Manga series? I guess not. But anyways, Lady is covered from head to toe in swampy water, like, except for her eyes, though, because she was wearing these protective goggles. But she sits down to rest for a bit when an old lady starts to talk to her about Crasher Wake. And apparently, he uses the funds that he gets from, like, winning gym battles to help take care of the city. So, inspired, Lady's like, I immediately want to go challenge Crasher Wake. I'm not sure why that story of like winning Pokemon battles and giving back to the town made you want to challenge and defeat him. But like, okay. Skipping ahead to the battle, both Lady and Crasher Wake have chosen 3 Pokemon, but they will only be using 2 of them to fight. So it's like kind of like a mystery thing, like, oh, you know what your opponent has, but you don't know which 2 they will choose to use. But either way, Lady has her Empoleon, Ponyta, as well as Diamond's Torterra, and the battlefield setup for this gym is like a platform surrounded by water. So, you know, circle, platform, and just water all around. It's like a lot of water too, not just like a little pond. It's a lot of water. And so Daya and Pearl are in a boat just to the side of the center platform because they get to watch this gym battle too. I guess, you know, we're over the whole bit of them getting kicked out. I guess they just got tired of riding that contrivance. So the battle begins and Lady sends out Empoleon and Crasher Wake sends out Floatzel. And so the battle is one of speed in the water until Empoleon purposefully slows down in the water in order to use Vacuum Wave and knock out Floatzel. So the victory is short-lived as all these gym battles go because Crasher Wake second Pokemon is Quagsire and it quickly overpowers Empoleon with a Blizzard. So now it's Torterra versus Quagsire. The battle of speed is now one of pure strength. So the 2 Pokemon push back at each other until Quagsire like manages to lift this gigantic turtle and throw it into the water. And so like Lady like happens to be in the way of Torterra on the battlefield in the water. So like she just like gets thrown into the water as well. Like savagery. So after a few moments of being under the water, Crasher Wake is like, the battle is over, like they're drowning. So he's like about to go in to retrieve them, but then Lady appears behind them and is like, Torterra, use Giga Drain, and she wins the battle. And so we, you know, get our typical Lady flashback to see how she won, and we see that Lady and Torterra, once they fell into the water, she took off the garments, like the suit that she was wearing from the marsh, the one that was dirty with swamp water. She took that off and with the mask in order to like cause a diversion because the garments and the goggles specifically made water bubbles, and so they thought that she was still in the water. Meanwhile, Lady with her Torterra swam back to land and then used Giga Drain to end the fight. Also, I feel like the way I described that, her garments were just like an overcoat basically, so she's not naked, okay? She had her clean uniform underneath. She just got rid of her dirty garments that she specifically kept on because since the garments were dirty, it made the water all murky so they couldn't see through it, and then the air bubbles from the mask made it look like she was still in the water, and then they used that diversion to go back on land to use Giga Drain, yada yada yada. With her clever strategy, Lady has won her 4th gym battle. So Lady asks before she leaves though about the funding from the gym and that like if winning will hurt their funds, but Crash reassures her that they will be just fine. So I guess like she knew that she still felt bad about winning, but like I guess the whole point of her battling in that moment was like she had a strategy in her mind using like the dirty garments, and also she just like wanted to see the person like who was helping out the town, I suppose. So our trio then head out from the gym when they run into Cynthia, who is on her way to Route 210 to clear, you know, the Psyduck that were there before. So the trio decide to join Cynthia, and because it's the most direct way to Mount Coronet, and it was their planned route before. And so at Route 210, Cynthia uses an antidote, and it clears all of the Psyduck's headaches, because that's why they were just like sitting there at the route entrance, and they start to disperse. So our trio are now able to pass to get to Celestic Town. But first, they run into Cynthia's grandmother, who offers to guide our trio to Celestic Town herself, since that's where she lives. And so with Cynthia's Garchomp, they go off towards Celestic Town, and Cynthia decides to go off to escort the Psyducks to their trainers, and she thinks them having her Garchomp will just like make sure nothing funny happens. So upon arriving in Celestic Town, our trio learns about the legend of the 3 lakes of Sinnoh. So apparently each lake in Sinnoh holds a legendary Pokemon that represent knowledge, emotion, and willpower. 3 legendary lake Pokemon, 3 Sinnoh lakes, and 3 main characters. Interesting. Anyway, Cynthia's grandma points out that Celestic Town holds runes that are off limit to everyone, but they contain an ancient text to the secrets of the Sinnoh region. So, on cue, the entrance to the ruins just explode open, and dun dun dun, it's Cyrus here. So, Cyrus with his Magnezone and Probopass barge in to the ruins, and Cynthia's grandma is like trying to use the Garchomp to stop Cyrus, but it only ends up giving Cyrus another, like, it just like clears the path even more into the ruins. So Cyrus enters the ruins and is able to read the walls, and he sees like the imagery of like the 3 lake Pokemon, and we learn that Uxie, one of the lake Pokemon, controls knowledge and lake acuity. Azelf controls willpower and lake valor, and Mesprit controls emotions and lake verity. So, doing some theory crafting here. We have valor, which is Azelf, and that was that thing with Pearl. And then we had verity with Mesprit and emotions, which was connected to Diamond as a kid. And so, that only leaves Uxie with knowledge and lake acuity, and probably Lady. Just throwing it out here, just saying what we're all thinking, okay? But furthermore, Cyrus learns that when the 3 Pokemon are reunited, a great power will emerge. So we can kind of like see what Cyrus is planning to do. Meanwhile, our trio are conflicted on what to do next. Diamond wants to protect Lady because he fears that Cyrus is still after her because he's remembering the events with Team Galactic in Veilstone City, and Cyrus has the same G symbol, but Pearl doubts that Cyrus is actually interested in them at all because he's just looking at these ruin walls. And so Diamond asks what they should do and if they should fight him, and Pearl responds by saying that Diamond is being stupid and that they should obviously flee in this moment. So Pearl continues to say that Cyrus is the one that buried them before at Mount Coronet, and like just moments ago his Pokemon were able to dodge Garchomp's attacks. So he's basically saying like, Cyrus has hurt us before, there's no way we can win in a fight, we have to flee. So he asked Cynthia's grandmother to call upon Garchomp in order to get them out of there. So they all end up flying out on the Garchomp from the immediate ruin zone to like a safe zone nearby, except for Diamond, who purposefully stays behind without anyone knowing. So we see Diamond walk up to Cyrus, get his attention by like shouting a theme song of his like favorite mech show called like Pro Team Omega or something like that. And then Diamond like asks the boss of this evil corporation that has been behind all the strange events in Sinnoh recently. He's basically like, why you evil? And Cyrus just ignores him to get in like front of him to like take a picture of the ruins. And then Cyrus commands his Magnezone to use Magnet Bomb, and Diamond gets hurt from the Magnet Bomb, and Pearl flies back into the ruins with the Garchomp, and then we get this dramatic scene between Diamond and Pearl as, Pearl is going to confront Diamond about staying back and trying to confront Cyrus, and, there's going to be this whole thing, and it's a dramatic moment, and I feel like I should recite it, so we get another bit, we have to do it. Here we go. And so I'm going to start this scene with, like, Pearl flying in after Diamond gets hit by the Magnet Bomb. And so Pearl's flying in on the Garchomp, and he's going to confront Diamond. And so I'm starting with that. It's very dramatic, so we'll see how I go with this. Diamond, that idiot stayed behind. Lady, don't move a step. Elder, Garchomp, I'm counting on you. Dia! Oh, hey, Pearl. It's okay. I didn't take a direct hit. True shielded me with withdrawal in the last second. And Lax found an opening to snatch the camera from that man. Now he can't use the secrets of the murals for evil. Who told you to do that? Huh? Who told you to do a crazy thing like that? I told you to run away. Why didn't you ride Garchomp with us like I told you to? Are you stupid, Dia? Maybe I am. Running away was your idea, Pearl. But I thought it was a better idea for me to stay. So that's what I did. You're always bossing me around. I've been meaning to tell you this for a while now, you know. Pearl, I'm not your sidekick. What are you saying? I boss you around when? All the time. Our stand up comedy, our rehearsals, the way you're always hitting me in our slapstick routine. I've taken a lot of grief from you. Now hold on. Are you saying you don't like the routines I come up with? I work really hard to come up with that stuff all on my own while you're hanging out, eating, and sleeping. And I only hit you as hard as I do for the gag to make it funnier. Like I said, you're bossy. You say you do it for the show, for both of us, but it's really just for you. And then that's that like the end of the fight kind of because Cyrus interrupts them, but like the girls are fighting and like that like kind of like gagged Pearl. Like that was crazy. Like he got him. Like I kind of agree with the Diamond has a good point about like the slapping bit. Like in my opinion, it's like a bit rude, especially because it seems like Diamond's like not fully like agreeing to it because it is kind of like cheap laughs if you really look at it. And like we have seen Pearl be aggressive with Diamond before, but like I'm not trying to like completely rag on Pearl here. It does show like Pearl even rushing in on the Garchomp despite how afraid he is of Cyrus shows that he cares for Diamond. So I'm not trying to say like Pearl is completely evil, but like Diamond's bringing up some good points. So I'm glad we have this confrontation because I'm assuming like this is where Pearl will start to turn a new leaf and we won't see him like being as much of like a bully figure. So it was really nice to see a dramatic scene. I hope I did it justice. The yelling. It's kind of hard, especially with I feel like my Pearl voice is changing like a lot. I'm so sorry. Like I'm trying to keep it raspy, but then like he's yelling, and then like now Diamond is being more serious. Like it's a lot, but still nice scene to imitate. So I never thought they were gonna confront this soon, but we finally got how Diamond felt. Continuing on though, Pearl is like continuing to tell Diamond to flee, and he manages to predict a charge beam that Cyrus commanded, and the pair dodge the charge beam, but Diamond still wants to keep fighting, and Pearl asks why they don't just throw the camera and run away. This isn't their fight. And then Diamond comes out and says, even though Pearl comes up with all these plans and he follows along, doesn't mean that Pearl actually considered how he felt when making these decisions. Pearl is just like essentially doing what he feels is right without considering what Diamond thinks is right. Which, like, Diamond's still going after him even like when they're fighting with Cyrus right in front of them. It's so funny to see actually. So Diamond uses his Munchlax to hide the camera like in Munchlax's fur, but Cyrus like cleverly uses Magnezone to draw the camera out with the Magnet Rise. So the camera flies out and is headed towards Cyrus, but Pearl predicted Magnezone's move and he uses Chatot to grab the camera from the sky, and then we see Pearl say that like Pearl kind of has like this moment of realization, I guess, because we see Pearl and he says that, yeah, sure, I'm pretty weak, but Diamond has shown me here what true willpower is. And so he thinks to himself that he really never thought about Diamond's feelings before, but now he knows what he must do. He needs to help Diamond stop Cyrus from getting the camera. So Pearl commands Chatot to break the camera, and then Cyrus is just like maniacally laughing at this point, like he doesn't care about this character development moment. He's just like, you think this is gonna stop me? You're a mere inconvenience in my way. And so then he uses earth power to like rise the ground beneath the Diamond and Pearl, and so now Diamond and Pearl are dangling on like this stone pillar or ground pillar in the sky. So Cyrus just like content with this, I guess, because he says he's late for a meeting, and he's just like, yep, leaving 12-year-olds stranded on a ground platform in the sky. Just what I came here to do, and he bounces. But we do get like an inner monologue from him, because Cyrus is like, hey, that Pearl guy, he said something about willpower. That's funny. And that Diamond person, he seems like a very emotional one. If only they had knowledge to complete their trio. I wonder where that is. So he just thinks that to himself for some reason. But yeah, he just leaves, I guess the book just like really wants you to be like, hey, that's our trio right there. That's our lake trio. Ha ha ha. But anyways, we go back to Lady, who like starts to get like very passionate about how like Cyrus broke into the rooms because being a lady of knowledge herself, she can't stand for this disgrace to like scientific like ruins and stuff like and like how Cyrus broke that. So she's angry and like for some reason she takes out her anger on the ground pillar that Pearl and Diamond are currently stranded on, and she like pounds on it and it like starts to break. And so like luckily that they're main characters. If they weren't main characters, Lady could have killed them in that moment. But Fantina shows up out of nowhere and like saved them with her drift limb because apparently she was just in the area. I don't know. And so Fantina decides to take our trio to Heart Home City so that Lady can continue her journey because Celestic Town kind of in chaos right now. Crazy Cyrus man broke into their ruins. But also because Fantina wants Lady to defeat the gym leader in Heart Home City since she's collecting gym badges. But I will say we see this moment where like Diamond tries to do like a comedic bit by himself, and I know I did a dialogue from this volume already, but I thought it would be nice to like just show you how Diamond is progressing using this comedic bit. So I'll recite this one too, but it's a short one, so it's not too long. So the way this comedic bit starts is basically that Fantina just saved Pearl and Diamond from falling off of the pillar, and they're on her drift limb. And Fantina's like, "Oh, you can repay me back by telling me one of your funny jokes like before," because Fantina like really likes their jokes. I don't know if I mentioned that when like we last saw her character, but she really enjoys their jokes. So she's like, "If you just tell me a joke, like that'll be my payment." And then so we start with Pearl, and he's in his head, and he's like, "You've got bad timing, Fantina. Ty and I just had the biggest fight we've ever had since we became a team. Nothing's clear anymore." And then Diamond's just like, "Sure, Fantina, we'll do a comedic bit for you." And so, here's the bit. Speaking of Pokemon, speaking of Pokemon, speaking of Pokemon, something. He's starting to gag by himself. Battling, training, evolving, trading, healing, catching, hatching. There's a lot to it. I don't recognize this one. Is he ad-libbing? So, speaking of Pokemon, the first thing that comes to mind is that it's a journey. But everybody goes on some kind of journey. A journey of the soul. You learn about yourself and others, and I can't put it into words. What do I say now? That's good. You're on the right track. When you go on one of these trips, just watch out that you don't trip. So, that's the joke. I just thought it was a nice moment. We see Diamond taking control of a bit for once, and like we saw that he's actually smart. He like connects the bit to like just the journey of the soul. How powerful, how moving, Diamond. And then for once Pearl does like the funny joke bit where he's like, "Just remember when you're on these trips, don't trip," just like a cheesy line, but kind of shows them going full circle and like interchanging roles, and that even though Pearl was like unsure of their relationship because of the fight they just had, he's still like playing along, and so like he clearly still wants to be Diamond's partner. And like even after this, we see like while they're flying in the air, he's like, Diamond, I know like I haven't been considering your feelings all this time, but I still hope that you would want to be my partner." And then Diamond's like, "Of course we're still partners." And so we get a nice resolution. The fight was technically resolved very quickly, but I think it does just show how much these characters are changing, because they're kids. They learn pretty quickly. They know when they did something wrong, and they know when to apologize. So it's just a nice scene. But we then shift from this wholesome moment to Team Galactic, like one of the grunts, the one from the Lost and Found before. So the one that searched for the broken camera at the Lost Tower. Basically, they found the footage, and they're planning to use the footage of Lady, or like that still image, to blackmail Lady's father into giving them ransom money to fund their galactic bomb. So new plot development there. Take a pin in that one. But back to our main trio, they are now in Hearthome City, and Lady decides that she might as well challenge the gym leader there, and Fantina reveals that it is her who is the gym. I try to do the French accent, but I couldn't. I don't know what she says. She's the gym leader, and she reveals that to them, and they're like, "Gasp! You're the gym leader?" And she's like, "Yeah." So we get another brief training montage, and they decide that Lady should actually use Diamond's Munchlax, since normal types have immunity to ghost types, you know. And also, it kind of goes with how in the last gym, well, not, yeah, it goes with how Lady used Torterra in the last gym, and now Munchlax, but then in gym number 3, she used both of Pearl's Pokemon. So, you know, continuing that theme. So, our gym, so Lady trains for a bit, and our trio goes to the gym, where the trial is just a series of tests in order to make their way to Fantina. And like the test is just like a bunch of math questions that Lady like aces with no problems. Because remember, Lady of Knowledge here. She is a scholar, Your Honor. So she does all these math problems, and but before we get to the big gym fight, we see the grunt from before confront Lady's father actually with the picture. So we have another interlude, and the grunt is like, "Mr. Berlitz, I have your daughter in captivity," and like he shows. Well, no, he doesn't show the photo first. He just like says that threat, and he's just like, "Give me ransom money." So at first, Mr. Berlitz isn't convinced. He's just like, "Yeah, sure, Grunt. Sure, you have my daughter kidnapped. She's with top quality bodyguards at the moment." So he asks the Grunt to leave, but then the Grunt's like, "Well, have you heard from Lady's bodyguards recently? Why don't you call to have them, like, just to check up on them and see if I'm lying, because I know for a fact they're gone and that they won't pick up your call." So Dr. Perlitz is like kind of unsettled by this, but he's like, "Okay, yeah, sure, I'll play your little game. I'll call them." So Dr. Berlitz is like calling the bodyguards, and then, ooh, big surprise, they can't answer from the grave. So the Grunt then shows the footage of the bodyguards being zapped, which, like, I don't know how they got that footage, but he has it. And, like, also kind of a scary thing to have. But also, he shows him, like, the image of him having Lady, like, just the picture of Lady, so that he knows who Lady is. And it kind of supports his and it kind of supports his threat that he captured Lady. So Dr. Blitz doesn't call Lady after this after seeing all these facts, and just accepts that Team Galactic has her from this like one photo, and like the bodyguards not answering, and so he gives them the money, which like I get it, it was like a lot of compelling evidence. Your bodyguards clearly are no longer with us, or like just not protecting Lady perhaps, but you should still try to call your daughter and like see what's happening. Or like maybe his daughter doesn't have a phone because she's still young, but like yeah, I guess because Lady doesn't have a phone. Never mind, scratch that. He's not completely stupid, you know. I guess it kind of makes sense. But either way, still a scary thing to happen. Big plot development. The Team Galactic Rump was able to successfully get money from Dr. Berlitz using the threat, and now Dr. Berlitz even thinks his daughter is in trouble and with Team Galactic. So it seems like all of our plot points, all of the drama, it's about to come to a head soon. But before anything big happens, we go back to our gym battle, and it's a switch-in single 3v3 battle. So we start with Munchlax versus Duskull, and like it's like the Duskull gets instantly one-shot by Munchlax, and then like Lady switches to her Empoleon, and it's versus Fantina's Drifblim, and a Blizzard instantly KOs that Pokemon. So now it's a 3v1 with Fantina's last Pokemon being a Miss Magius. But do not underestimate her powers, okay? The battle is not over just yet, because Miss Magius unleashes a world of hallucinations on the battlefield that makes our trio and their Pokemon all dizzy. So Lady is like trying to stay focused with the hallucinations and like end the battle very quickly, but Miss Magius uses Trick Room, which allows for the slower Miss Magius to outspeed both of Pearl's Empoleon and Ponyta and one-shot them both. And you know, like, back to it, like, at least Empoleon got to one-shot the Drifblim, but rest in peace, Ponyta, once more. Forever the thankless Pokemon. But anyway, It is now Munchlax versus Miss Magius. What will happen? This 3v1 has now turned into a 1v1. So, we see Fantina use Miss Magius's illusions once more to create a mirage just for Munchlax, a food paradise. So, like, Munchlax is like blissfully eating away at this fake food that Miss Magius created, and Miss Magius is attacking it. So Lady starts to panic because like nothing's making sense. She doesn't know how to make Munchlax focus on the fight again. There's like these mirages everywhere, and her headache is getting worse from Miss Magius's magic. And so we see that the mirages are actually having the same toll on Pearl, who isn't even battling. Like Pearl and Diamond are just like off to the side watching the battle, but Pearl like also kind of has a headache, even though he's not in the battle. But the mirage is like all around the room. So Pearl does notice that Diamond isn't suffering like them though, and that he's similarly to Munchlax, like indulging in the fake food, and like he actually seems to be in like some kind of blissful state. So Pearl realizes that maybe Diamond's carefree nature in the mirage is protecting him from the harmful magic that's like making him and Lady have a headache. And like he also connects this to the mathematic questions that they set up before, and how maybe those tests were actually to see how logical Lady was of a thinker, and then use that concrete thinking against her. So Pearl decides to like indulge in the mirage himself, and like hint to Lady that playing along with the mirage is helping him regain his focus, and so that will probably help her regain her focus and also even regain control of Munchlax. So Lady sees in the corner of her eye like Pearl like eating all of the food, and so she like plays along with the mirage with Munchlax, and like in the mirage we see them like swing on a donut swing and then like frolic around fields of food. And then Fantina is like kind of taken aback by this because of her quick adaptation to the mirage, so she decides to try to end things quickly. However, Munchlax manages to use Fling upon Lady's command, and it knocks out Miss Magius in one like fell swoop. It's just one move. Fling KOs it instantly. So apparently, Diamond had Munchlax hold an iron ball that I forgot to mention because I didn't know it was going to be important. Back at the Celestic Ruins, Diamond actually picked up an iron ball that was just like on the ground. So he gave that item to Munchlax, and so when Munchlax used Fling, it was slower than Miss Magius because of the iron ball, and so because of the effects of Trick Room, it went before Miss Magius, and also the extra item made Fling stronger, knocking out Miss Magius in one go. So with that, Lady now receives her 5th gym badge, in part thanks to Pearl, and also in part thanks to Diamond. And so we see the teamwork of our trio full force. The synergy is just so amazing. I don't know, I love our trio so much. I'm just thinking about it now. They're just so good. They're just so good together. But then we get this crazy last chapter. So after the gym battle, Fantina sees on the news that Professor Rowan and Dr. Berlitz have gone missing. And Lady sees this as well, and our trio rush over to Canalave City because that's where they were last spotted at the research convention. So like Fantina like aids in them getting there, I guess, with her Drifblim. So when they get there, Lady rushes into a building where like a bunch of moving platforms and pistons push our trio to a steel platform in the center of the building. I feel like I said that fast. Basically, Lady saw on the TV that Professor Rowan and Dr. Berlitz have gone missing in Canalave City. Fantina helps our trio go to Canalave City. Lady's just like frantically searching for her father, and she enters this like random building, and it like has a bunch of automatically moving platforms that take them directly to the center of the building. So it is here where Lady swears she heard her father, and that's why she ran into the building. And so they're at the center platform, and Lady confronts this mysterious man that's on the platform with them. And we see a brief interlude before it's just like a flashback of Rourke, the gym leader from Orberg City. He's talking to his father about how he's investigating a team that's just been lurking around in Canalave City. And so, you know, we're thinking that it's Team Galactic, but they don't know this, obviously. So basically, we're just noting that Rourke's father lives in Canalave City, and he's investigating a mysterious team, and Lady just ran into a mysterious person, so, connecting the dots, the Rourke's father is probably the person that Lady is angry with. But the mysterious figure is confronting Lady because he thinks that Lady is trespassing, and so a fight breaks out. Lady is angrily battling with her Empoleon and Ponyta, and she also advises Diamond and Pearl to stay out of the fight because this is a personal matter. She's girl bossing. She's going in for it. So the volume then ends with the frame of Lady seeing her father and Professor Rowan trapped in a glass cube just above Byron, who that's the mysterious figure. That's the father of Rourke. It's the gym leader of Canalave City, Byron. So the volume just ends with that. Just Professor Rowan and Lady's father in a glass cube above Byron. Lady is fighting him, thinking that he's evil. We're about to get a confrontation because that's a cliffhanger. Think about it. Like, Lady is eventually gonna talk to her father because they're in the same room, and then questions are gonna be asked about Diamond and Pearl. Just a lot of things are gonna happen. So I guess we're just gonna have to figure out how this all comes to a head in Volume 5. And with that, I'm just gonna pause for a second. That's the end of Volume 4, guys. That's the end. We did it. So there's 9 volumes, so technically it's not completely halfway, but we're basically halfway through the series. Isn't that crazy? So, just to relax and cool down before we get into the last half, because it's going to be similar to how I approached the first 4. I'm just going to go back to back to back. Let's think about what happened. We had our main trio. There was a mix-up with Diamond and Pearl thinking they were bodyguards to Lady, even though they're a comedy duo, and then Lady thinking that they're actually her bodyguards. Lady is suddenly taking on gym battle challenges because she was motivated by her Pimplup's strong will, so they've been traveling around during gym battles. They had that incident where they ran into Cynthia in Eterna City, and that was the first... Oh, but they also had that incident in the windmills, where they first saw Team Galactic, and then in Eterna City, where Cynthia confronted Team Galactic, and then we have Paka and Uji in Veilstone City, but before that, Cyrus in the Mount Coronet, and then Uja and Paka are blasted away by Team Galactic, and so Pearl and Diamond now know that they're bodyguards, and now they're swearing to protect Lady, even though Lady doesn't know that they're not actually her bodyguards. And then now we're finally in Canalave City after all these other things happen. Just crazy. Just me ranting, just to hopefully get you on track so that you know what's been going on, okay? Because I'm telling you, things are about to get crazy in Volume 5, because I'm just gonna spoil it now. Secrets are gonna be spilled. Lady's gonna figure out that Diamond and Pearl are not her bodyguards, and unfortunately, that changes the fate of our trio for the rest of the series. So, it's time to get into it in Volume 5. So we start the volume off with just a lot of things happening all at once. Lady attacks Byron's Pokemon with her Ponyta for once, and one-shots them both. So, Ponyta is finally putting in the work. Absolutely crazed, I tell you. She then starts, hitting at the cube, imprisoning her father and Professor Rowan, with the shovel. I don't even know where she got it from. She just has a shovel now. And so, she's just kind of girl bossing over the place. Meanwhile, Diamond makes the connection that Professor Rowan and Dr. Berlitz are the two that they ran into when the switch with the letters happened. And so, naturally, when Lady talks to them, they'll, make the connection that Diamond and Pearl are not her actual bodyguards. So, Diamond is panicking about that realization. Meanwhile, once more, Byron is just wow, I lost in one shot. And, I'm the gym leader, so, kind of feels bad if you think about it. But then he hears Lady refer to one of the people in the cube as her father, and then he just has this moment of realization where he's oh, yeah, I messed up, didn't I? And then to further that theory, he sees her scarf sash thingy. It's basically the thing that it's a scarf that Lady's been wearing this whole time, and on it she has all of her gym badges, and so then Byron just puts 2 and 2 together, and he realizes that Lady is just a regular Pokemon trainer. So he reapproaches Lady with like this realization, and he shows her that he has a mind badge and like proving that he's the gym leader of the city. And so then he explains to Lady that he just found Professor Rowan and her father in this cube, and so he's just been trying to find a way to get them out. And like this is just one big misunderstanding. He's not a part of the evil organization. He also says that he has a son named Rourke, who was the first gym leader that Lady fought, and that he's been trying to investigate Team Galactic in the city and figure out like what they've been up to. And so he just naturally assumed that Lady Diamond and Pearl were a part of Team Galactic. So misunderstanding one cleared up. But Lady says that she can hear her father's voice from within the glass cube, and so she starts to like talk to him because they're like able to communicate now somehow, but just like in low whispers, almost. And so Dr. Berlitz first explains that he was so worried about Lady because he heard that she got kidnapped after her bodyguards were taken care of. So Lady is obviously confused because she's like, my bodyguards weren't killed, they're like right here, and I wasn't kidnapped. And so Dr. Berlitz is like, what are you talking about? Your bodyguards are not in this. Are your bodyguards in this room with us? They are not. And so he's just like confused. And then this is when the moment of realization happens, because he's like, oh, who are those two boys behind you? And then Diamond and Pearl are like, okay, the jig is up. Lady's talking to her father. Questions are being asked. And so they like start to explain, and they're like, okay, Lady, we aren't your real bodyguards, but we've been like training really hard, and like we honestly pledged to keep you protected. And so like, yeah, this whole thing started with a misunderstanding, but like we're here to protect you, we're not evil. And so they also explained that Lady's actual bodyguards were blasted by Team Galactic's like energy blast weapon. And so Lady says, and I quote, "You knew all about it and you just kept me in the dark. I trusted you and you lied to me." And so like she runs off. So just all of this drama happening right smack at the beginning of this volume. That's how I knew this volume was going to be a wild ride, because our big reveal of the whole plot up to this point has just happened. Chaos is now ensuing. Lady did not react well to the news that Diamond and Pearl were, I guess, technically lying to her, but like only lying to her for like the last volume. It wasn't that long, and like they were genuinely protecting her. But like I get it, Lady's going through a lot of reveals were happening, so she just runs off, which like is also kind of questionable, because like her father is still trapped in a cube. Like they were able to communicate, and like things aren't even fully cleared up, because like, I mean, what's Dr. Berlitz thinking? He's just like, wait, so did my daughter think those were her bodyguards? They're like 12. So like, still a lot of questions to be asked, a lot of answers to be sought out. But Lady just runs away, and we not skip perspectives, but we change perspectives to see a brief look of Cyrus with the grunt that like got the ransom money from Dr. Berlitz, the grunt that's been doing everything, not the commanders, the basic looking one. So they've secured the funds to make the galactic bomb now, and so it's like the plot is developing with Team Galactic. They have the money, the galactic bomb is being made. So good job, Dr. Berlitz. Yeah, you really nailed that one. But back to our main trio. Diamond and Pearl are trying to give Lady like her space, and like they're watching from afar as Byron comes up to Lady and says that Dr. Berlitz has decided that she will return back to her home and set off on her trip to Mount Coronet at a future date with actual bodyguards this time. He just feels that like, with everything happening with Team Galactic in the Sinnoh region, it's just a crazy time, and Lady should just be at home. And like, they also say that Diamond and Pearl will be returning to their own homes, and that this is unfortunately where their trio trip ends. So Lady is then sent back to a hotel room after being told this, where she'll just sleep for the night. And the next day she will depart with her father back to Sanjum Town whenever they like figure out how to open the cube, because they can tell it's weakening. So they're assuming that it's going to open soon enough. However, that night, the Team Galactic grunt from before, that was like at the Lost and Found, the one who's been doing everything, the one that did the ransom, yeah, that one, the one that looks like an NPC, but it's like actually like the one that's been doing the most so far. He says in this grand monologue, to Lady who's just like asleep, like he appears at her bedside in the middle of the night, like in a window, and like Lady's just sleeping, and he just appears there and he gives this grand monologue that Team Galactic plans to explode the three Great Lakes of the Sinnoh region and reveal the location of the three legendary lake Pokemon, Mesprit, Uxie, and Azelf. He then laughs that they can't do anything to stop them now, as they will detonate the galactic bomb in exactly 1 week. Mwahaha. Oh, and also he was the one that imprisoned Lady's father and Professor Rowan in the cube, and like he just has this remote control, and he like presses it, and the cube opens up because he's like, oh, the cube weakens over time anyways, and like it was about to open anyways, so I'll just release them now. So, mwahaha. I don't know, like I feel like this moment was just to like tie up some loose ends in the plot like very quickly just to get us like rolling into the next arc because like they didn't know how to write it smoothly. But I'll take it, Villains be monologuing sometimes. They go crazy sometimes. So we'll take it. Of course, Lady hears like all of this like in her sleep, kind of, because she has nightmares of the galactic bomb exploding and killing Diamond and Pearl. So she wakes up in a hurry and she starts to write a note as we cut back to Diamond and Pearl. So Diamond and Pearl tell Byron and Mr. Berlitz and Professor Rowan, who are now out of the cube, about like the past few events of their trip relating to Team Galactic and like what happened to Lady's actual bodyguards with the energy blast. And at the end of their conversation, they decide to give their Pokédexes back to Professor Rowan because they just feel like it doesn't belong to them. It was meant for the bodyguards, and they're gonna go home. Their journey's over anyways. So they're just like, here, sorry for the trouble. Here's our Pokédexes. But before they're able to like fully give their Pokédexes back, we start to see the Pokédex beep because the Pokédexes Lady, Diamonds, and Pearl's Pokédexes, whenever they're in a close proximity, they like start to beep to like it's like some kind of like tracking mechanism. So their Pokédexes start to beep, indicating that Lady's approaching, and Lady walks up to them and starts to recite from the letter that she wrote to them, that we saw her start to write when she woke up from her nightmare. And so I'm going to recite the letter here now because like it's an important part of the story. It shows a lot of Lady's character, and it's a fun letter. So we're gonna read it. time to channel my lady voice. So context before getting into the reading of the letter. Lady's approaching after Diamond and Pearl are like offering up their Pokédexes because they think the journey is over, and they just think Lady's really mad at them, so they're just trying to like disengage from the situation. And all this talking's happening. Lady approaches. She's reading from the letter that she wrote after having a nightmare from Team Galactic's monologuing. Father, Professor Rowan, I heard what you said. Diamond, Pearl, I heard you too. But you haven't heard from the person this matter concerns the most, and that person is me. As far as what I think, I'm not good with words, so I wrote down my thoughts. I'll read them aloud now. Yesterday, I fled from all of you. I couldn't handle the truth you revealed to me, and I spent the night unsure of who or what to believe. But after thinking over everything we've been through on our trip together, I came to the conclusion that I enjoyed it. I honestly had a lot of fun. I got to experience many things firsthand that I'd only read about before, and the only reason I got to have all those experiences was because you gave your all to protect me from danger. Pearl, Diamond, I called you liars, but looking back, I realize I am a liar too. Back in the hotel in Jubilife City, I told you I wasn't laughing, even though I was. That was a lie. In the coal mines of Orberg, I told you I wasn't digging for coal, even though I was. That was also a lie. At the old chateau, I told you I wasn't laughing at your pun, even though I was. That was a lie too. On the cycling road, I said I could ride a bike, even though I couldn't. That was an obvious lie. In Velstone City, when I lost my Pokédex, I knew I'd left it in the game corner, but I hid that from you. That was an outright lie. During the contest at Hearthome, I said I was withdrawing on account of sabotage. In a way, that was a lie. Back at Mr. Backlock's mansion, I was so positive it was a hotel. I barged in without checking first, but refused to admit it. That was undoubtedly a lie. During our 25 days together, I've lied plenty of times to you. I was too embarrassed to be honest and to tell you the truth. I'm sorry, I won't lie anymore. I'm going to tell the truth from now on. I'm going to tell you how I really feel. I want to go on traveling with you two. I can't think of anybody braver or better equipped to face the dangers of Sinnoh. To my two white knights, sincerely, Platinum Burlitz. Wow. So that's her letter. Isn't it? Wasn't it iconic? I think it's so iconic actually. I actually love that letter. Oh, I don't know. Like I know it's like not the best piece of literature in the world, but like that hit for me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's such a character moment. It's such a character moment. And also, yeah, there were like some events referenced in her apology that like I didn't directly cover, but like I think you got the gist. She was basically just like saying that she's lied multiple times, so she shouldn't be so upset about this one lie that Diamond and Pearl were keeping. Because like she knows deep down they were just doing it to protect her. So, with that, Lady declares to her father that she will continue to travel and defeat the evil Team Galactic with the help of Diamond and Pearl. So, at first, Mr. Berlitz opposes this decision, but Lady continues to try to persuade her father, and, like, while she's doing this persuasion tactic, she's, like, on her Ponyta, and it just randomly evolves into a Rapidash, you know, like, the passion just evolved the Pokemon, I suppose. And, like, sorry to roast Ponyta again, but like, has it done anything up to this point to evolve? Like, I know it just defeat Byron, but like, Prinpluff has done so much more, or Empoleon has done so much more. Like, sorry, get in line, Ponyta. But I guess this was enough to convince her father though, because Byron like agrees with Lady, and then like everyone's just like, okay, yeah, we'll give you your blessing, Lady. Like you should go on this journey. It makes sense. It all checks out. Oh, and Byron gives Lady his gym badge because she technically defeated him the other day, and so now she has 6 gym badges. And then Professor Rowan approaches Diamond and Pearl, and he acknowledges their efforts to this point and says that they should actually keep their Pokédexes as they are worthy of it. They're also like acknowledged by Dr. Berlitz. So our trio is back together again. But Pearl makes a revelation. He's like, okay, so we know Team Galactic's plan somewhat. They're gonna detonate galactic bombs at the 3 lakes of Sinnoh. But how are we gonna stop the detonations at all 3 lakes simultaneously if they're all gonna happen at the same day? And then that's when he makes another revelation. They should split up to each protect a lake. There's 3 of them in 3 lakes. It only makes the most sense. And so, after all of like this drama with like the big reveal of Diamond and Pearl not being her actual bodyguards, Dr. Berlitz like finding out, Lady finding out, and like arguing for them to stay together and like fight back against Team Galactic, and like Lady specifically saying she wants to continue to travel with Diamond and Pearl, our trio are gonna split up for the rest of the series basically. Like small spoilers, but this is it. Our heroes are going to split up separately to save the 3 lakes and protect the 3 spirits. And so Pearl's going to head off to Lake Valor, Lady is going to go off to Lake Acuity, and Diamond is going to go off to Lake Verity. So that's it. Our trio is now splitting and they're leaving. And so we're going to get a lot of perspective shifts between the 3 from this point on. So we see that before Diamond leaves, Byron takes him aside and like takes him like aboard a ship and is like, actually, Diamond, I've decided that before you go straight to Lake Verity, you need a little bit more training compared to Lady and Platinum. I'm at Lady and Pearl. Like Pearl kind of like has his like dad's training as a kid and like that ability to read the body language of Pokemon, and Lady's been doing the gym training this whole time. So he's like, Diamond, I think you should actually train on this place called Iron Island. I have a mentor buddy there. Get some more training. Like, if I was Diamond, I'd be a bit offended, but like, also fair, I guess. So, before Diamond leaves for the boat, he receives a shield on from Byron, so he now has a new team member. Woo woo. Finally, new team members. It's about time. So we then cut to the next morning with our trio already separated, and Pearl wakes up in a hotel by himself and heads down to the hotel lobby. He reminisces about how he is always the first awake, and like he would hear the Pokédex constantly beeping to alert him that Lady is coming down, and then Diamond's Pokédex would beep later on as well when he wakes up. He said how he used to find this alarm annoying, and as the other two were always late and the beeping was incessant. But now, it's silent. We then see Lady wake up in her hotel room. She laughs to herself, thinking about how she would usually go down to the lobby and Pearl would scold her for oversleeping, and then Diamond would show up even later, half asleep. But then she starts to tear up as she looks down at her quiet Pokédex. And lastly, we see Diamond wake up on the SS Sinnoh. He immediately notices his silent Pokédex, and then we're treated to this cruel still image of our three heroes crying about how they're now on their own. And let me quickly find it, because this is just the worst. This is just rude. Look at what the illustrator and writer are doing to us, okay? Depressed children. Cruel and unusual, I tell you. So, we get that emotional moment as we see our trio split up. But like, emotional punches back to back, we have to get back into it. So, for now, we're gonna switch to Diamond's story as he is on the SS Sinnoh, headed for Iron Island to complete some training. So, while on the ship, he has a little run-in with the captain, as there is a misunderstanding about him being a stowaway and like eating all the food as soon as he got onto the ship. But it's quickly cleared up as Diamond has a letter of recommendation from Byron addressed to the captain. So he's like, "I'm supposed to be on the ship. Sorry for eating all your food. It's just what I do." To prove himself even further, a Gliscor suddenly attacks the ship, and Diamond is able to defend it. So, in this small battle, we see Diamond use his Munchlax to distract this Gliscor with a flurry of berries. He then commands his Shieldon to polish its head on like Torterra's trunk, that's on the shell of Torterra. And so when the Gliscor goes to attack Shieldon, its bite attack is not as effective because Shieldon's head is now strengthened. And so, with this moment of weakness, Torterra uses Razor Leaf to instantly KO the Gliscor, and the captain is impressed by Diamond's strategy, and like, so am I, you know? There's like some nice strategy there that Diamond used, and so, with that, the ship makes it to Iron Island in one piece, and Diamond meets his trainer, Riley. And so Riley instantly challenges Diamond to a 3v1 battle to like test his skill. So Riley will use his one and only partner, Lucario, against Diamond's whole team of Munchlax, Torterra, and Shieldon. So Diamond attempts to use his team's raw defense and strength to outnumber Lucario. However, Lucario's speed allows for it to make direct attacks at Diamond's team and win the battle with ease. So after the battle, Riley does commend Diamond for his skillful battling. He firstly points out that Dia's team has a really strong defense that will only grow as his Pokemon evolve. Like, if you think about it, Munchlax to Snorlax, Shieldon to Bastodon, and Torterra fully evolved already. That's a pretty tanky team. Secondly, his current team kind of relies on Torterra's defense, though, since it's the fully evolved one. And so, kind of playing off of that would be the best strategy for Diamond, since his other two Pokemon are a bit smaller, but can still be pretty heavy hitters. Lastly, the main thing that seems to counter Diamond's team is speed. We saw in the battle Lucario's unparalleled speed and hard-hitting attacks is what led to his defeat. So, Riley has the perfect track through Iron Island's cave system that will help train Diamond's team for this. So, Diamond will explore the 3 levels of Iron Island's cave on Course A, which I guess is just like a training track, 5 times. So Diamond is going to go through the 3 levels of Iron Island 5 times. And so the first time around, Diamond will be escorted by Riley, and then the other 4 times, Diamond will be on his own. So we then find out that this training will only last 3 days because detonation day is quickly approaching, and Riley deduces that they have 3 days before Diamond needs to needs to sail out to go back towards Lake Verity. So on the first round through Iron Island, we see Diamond runs into a Steelix who like quickly destroys his team. And like it turns out that this Steelix is like the guardian of Iron Island, and like even Riley hasn't been able to defeat it. So Diamond just had some bad luck going against the big boss on the first try. But Riley heals up Diamond's Pokemon, and like they go through and finish the first circuit. We then kind of do a time skip through Diamond's training as he like finishes all 5 circuits across the 3 days, and we just see Diamond preparing dinner at the end of his third day. And so in the meantime, Riley accidentally stumbles across Diamond's journal and starts to read it. In the journal, he finds entries from Diamond that describe his training thus far. He sees that Diamond has noted Riley's main critique of his team is that they're too slow. So he has bullet points that suggest training speed, making the first move, and like finding other techniques to improve his speed. So on the third day page, Diamond notes that he just doesn't see how he can make his team more nimble. It just kind of seems like his team has a set speed and he's going to be outsped in a lot of ways. So he actually finds more value in his team's defense and finding a way to counterattack after his opponent makes the first move. So after reading this, Riley and Diamond have dinner with the rest of the cave Pokemon because they're attracted to Diamond's cooking, and it like shows Diamond's kindness of feeding like all the cave Pokemon, and they rest for the night. But before they rest, Riley announces that he will have one comprehensive exam for Diamond tomorrow morning before he departs. So, in the middle of the night, Diamond wakes up because he can't fall asleep, and he decides to train just a little bit more for his exam. He like draws, one of those circle targets on the side of a rock, and he uses Torterra's Razor Leaf to like test for its accuracy. And like we see like on the target board, like one of the leaves is like dead in the center, and all of the other leaves that are created from the Razor Leaf attack are like scattered all around. We then see Riley, who is secretly watching Diamond is on the phone, complimenting his tenaciousness to Byron, who's on the other end of the phone. So the next day, Riley announces that Diamond's final test will be obtaining a Pokemon egg from deep inside Iron Island. However, the test is like quickly derailed as they find the Steelix, who's remember is the guardian Pokemon of Iron Island. It has bite marks on its head, and they just have this strange feeling that someone is watching them. So typically, Riley and Lucario are able to read the aura of like those around them, and they can sense if someone's watching them because it works on both humans and Pokemon. But this time, their like aura sensors are kind of off. They just like feel like they're not like getting a good reading. So Diamond and Riley head into Iron Island to try to find out who attacked Steelix. As they get deeper into the island, Riley and Lucario are suddenly attacked, and their eyes are like covered with this like kind of nectar thing, and they just like can't seem to get it off. And we then see these two guys, one with the Monthum and one with the Vespiquen, and they're like, we're the ones that attacked the Steelix, and hey, look, we have the Pokemon egg that Diamond's looking for. And furthermore, they revealed that they have an aura seal, which is basically this thing that's preventing Riley and Lucario from reading their auras properly, so that explains the strange happenings. So, in addition, their Mothim and Vespiquen have the ability to disrupt aura waves even further by just like using waves, I guess, I don't know. But then Diamond interrupts their like long speech that like says all of this, and he declares that he will be the one to defeat their speedy Pokemon and to complete his training. And so Diamond commands his Torterra to use Razor Leaf, and like the two guys like laugh off the attack because like their Pokemon's windshields are able to block the Razor Leafs, and like it just like looks like it has no effect on the Pokemon. And so Diamond's just like, Torterra, use Razor Leaf again. But this time there's like twice as many leaves in this Razor Leaf compared to the last Razor Leaf. And this is when Diamond explains to Riley that he has found a way to be able to control the amount of leaves that Torterra sends out when it uses Razor Leaf. He then says that the more leaves that Torterra sends out, the slower and less powerful they are, but the inverse is also true. So the less leaves that Torterra sends out, the faster the leaves are and the more powerful each leaf is. He then like shows this equation that he came up with where it's like power divided by the number of leaves equals its speed. So the bad guys are like continuing to laugh at like the seemingly ineffective Razor Leafs, and Diamond commands his Torterra to use Razor Leaf once more. And before Diamond is like even able to finish his command, like before he even finishes, Torterra use Razor Leaf, a singular leaf flies at the speed of light and pierces through the Vespiquen. And then Diamond like does this like JoJo pose and is like, I call this finishing move the Razor Leaf Diamond Special Mach 1 and only, which is like kind of a long name, but like it's like kind of cool, you know? It's like we get like this Pokemon shonen anime moment that like I've always wanted. And like it's just like a cool thing that like Diamond came up with. And so like with one singular leaf, Vespiquen is KO'd and the Pokemon egg that it was holding falls into the nice pile of leaves that Diamond created earlier with his Razor Leaf that like had more leaves than usual. And like it just shows like how smart and strategic Diamond was in like using his Razor Leaves. It looked like he was just spamming it, but like he calculated the number of leaves he wanted to use in order to like defeat them. It was just so much strategy. Just like round of applause for Diamond. He's just too smart. He was playing them the whole time. And so with that, the bad guys start to become flustered and they accidentally break their aura seal, which allows for Lucario to defeat them in one close combat. We then see the captain of the SSO Sinnoh arrive as the Pokemon egg hatches and a Riolu is born. And so with that, Riley congratulates Diamond on completing his training and tells him that he's proud of his abilities and like his craftiness and like figuring out a way to work with his Pokemon and like how to figure out and how to deal with their and figure it out how to deal with their weakness to fast Pokemon. But then Diamond interrupts him to say that those two guys that attacked the island were most likely after him, and he sends another Mach 1 Razor Leaf up into the sky this time, and the camera just falls down. And so like it reveals that Diamond like sensed that the camera was watching them the whole time, and he uses his Mach 1 Razor Leaf to like send it down. Very anime once again, and it's just like, when did Diamond just become this like cool? Like, oh my gosh, he's just, I don't know, this Mach 1 Razor Leaf move is really getting to me. But anyways, Diamond explains that the camera is the same type that Team Galactic used before to command the battles from afar and film him, and so he's just like, this is clearly related to Team Galactic. Once more, Riley's impressed by Diamond, so am I, and so he takes him to Byron's house on the island and gives him a metal coat that Diamond decides to take with him on his journey. We then get this farewell moment as Diamond swears to protect the parents and children of the Sinnoh region, because like he has like this moment where he's reminded of the relationship between Byron and Rourke, and then he thinks about his relationship with his own mother, and then Lady's relationship with her father, and then Pearl's relationship with his father, and so like he's just thinking about, you know, parents and their children and how it relates to the world of Pokemon, and so he's just swearing that he will protect that bond. And with that, we shift our perspective to Pearl this time. And so we see Pearl is like climbing up a mountain near Eterna City, and he's spying on the building that acted as Team Galactic's base from before. Remember in Eterna City, the spiky building? But then he's suddenly attacked by a pack of Wingull who like just attack him out of nowhere. But then Pearl discovers that they're just protecting an injured Wingull in a nest that he just happened to like wander near. So while he's being attacked by the Wingull that's trying to defend the injured Wingull, the mountainside just starts to crumble, and we see the nest with the injured Wingull start to fall. So Pearl jumps from the cliff and manages to catch the Wingull, and like he's just like, I don't know how. Oh, and he just like falls in a pile of leaves, luckily, and like they make it down to the ground peacefully. So Pearl like starts to look around, and he realizes that he's actually on the other side of the mountain that isn't on the side of Eterna City, and he looks up and sees a sign, and it's like Fuego Ironworks. So he realizes that he's not in the same place he was before. But he sees like a piece of paper inside of the Fuego Ironworks building that has a signature from Team Galactic. So he decides that he should go inside to investigate, like, why Team Galactic was here. But first, he runs into Luxray. That's right, it's the Luxio from all those times before, and then the Luxray that helped them when, you know, Mount Coronet collapsed on them. Yeah, that Luxray. So Luxray and Pearl are reunited once more, and so Pearl asks Luxray to help him like get into the factory and use its X-ray vision because Pearl also hears a voice from inside the factory calling for help. So they go inside the factory, and apparently it's just booby trapped through and through. The floors just have like trap doors and trap pressure plates, and the plates like take Pearl in random directions throughout the factory. If you played the games before and you've gone into the Fuego Ironworks, it's like the same concept of like once you go on a pressure plate, it like sends you in one direction permanently until you hit a wall or something. Basically that system, but in this book. So Pearl is being sent in random directions, and he eventually finds the owner, Mr. Fuego, but like they're separated by like a window and a wall. But he's still able to talk to Mr. Fuego. So they talk, and Mr. Fuego explains that his factory was actually taken over by Team Galactic. Initially, he was helping Team Galactic manufacture parts because, you know, that's their job. But then he found out Team Galactic was making parts for a bomb. So, like, he was trying to kick them out of the factory. But then that's when they fought back. So he tried to activate his emergency security system to push them all out. But then the security system is the trap doors. So he was trapped inside of his own factory. Which, like, what kind of security system is this? Like, why don't you just, like, get a Pokemon security team or something? Like, I don't know, something about random moving floors, it just doesn't sound as effective as you may think it is. Especially if you, the owner, get trapped inside of it, so. Not the best system, but anyways, we're left on a cliffhanger this volume as Pearl is like trying to find a way to reverse the factory security system and help Mr. Fuego, but he ends up on a conveyor belt that's headed straight for a furnace. Meanwhile, we see Cynthia meeting up with her grandma in Celestic Town, and Cynthia is handed a scroll of ancient texts as she goes to try to find and stop Cyrus from like whatever plan he's trying to do. And with that, we have made it to volume 6. Woo. Which, like, oh my god. That last volume was like a wild ride. Is it just me, or like, was that volume crazy? You know, we just emotional beat after emotional beat, crazy rides. Diamond's training arc, which is like the best. Like, I actually loved that. Like, more than I think I should. But yeah, just a lot of things happen in that volume. But we are now moving on to volume 6 out of 9. And so, volume 6 opens back with Pearl headed for a furnace. But with the help of Luxray, he is able to dash back to the factory main floor and dodge the trap plates. However, a random like Houndoom starts to attack them, and we get this chase scene as Pearl rides on the back of Luxray and uses its X-ray vision to dodge the trap floors and evade the Houndoom's attack, demonstrating the synergy between Pearl and the Luxray. Eventually, Pearl and Luxray are able to knock out the Houndoom and free Mr. Fuego from the factory. Luxray then joins Pearl's team officially with the nickname Railer. Oh, I also forgot to mention last volume that Dia nicknamed his shield on Dawn, if you were curious, you know, just like the Mafia. We then switch perspectives to Lady, or Platinum, whatever you want to call her. You know, I like built up her whole nickname reveal before, but like, I'm just used to calling her Lady, that she's just permanently Lady. That is what she will be referred to as from now on and forever. And like, also that's what they call her in the book anyway, so like, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, Lady is skiing in the upper regions of Sinnoh to get to Lake Acuity. We then see like a little like, not callback, but like kind of similarity as Lady is trying to learn how to ski, similar to when she was learning to ride a bike. And we once again see that she has read all about the subject, but this is her first time actually trying to like experience it and put forth her effort. Well, she ends up crashing and stumbling across a pack of Graveler that are now angry with her. So she uses her Empoleon to fight them off, but she eventually succumbs to the cold and passes out. Once again, they're 12 years old, passing out in blizzards. It's crazy. The world of Pokemon is crazy. But luckily, she is saved by an Abomasnow and a teenage girl. So Lady wakes up in her snow lodge where she tells a worker that she was like saved by this person that she saw before she passed out. And she then like recognizes that it's the nearby city's gym leader, Candace. So Lady decides that on her way to Lake Acuity, she'll stop by the gym and thank Candace for saving her. So, on her way there, Lady actually runs into Maylene. Remember the Veilstone City gym leader, the fighting one, the one that starves herself and eats one berry? Yeah, that one. Apparently, Maylene and Candace are like besties, and she's also headed for Snowpoint City. So, Lady joins her en route. Once they arrive at Snowpoint City, Maylene informs Lady that she will need to talk to Candace in order to get to Lake Acuity because Candace like just has like high like has the authority in this area, and like also she'll be able to get permission to access the Snow Point temple that's nearby. So Lady ends up going to the gym to challenge Candace, and Lady starts off confident in her Pokemon typing in the gym battle because she has the Steel type Empoleon and Fire type Rapidash, which are effective against the Ice type Pokemon that Candace uses. Oh, and it's a 3v3 match, by the way, which means that if you recall, Lady only has two Pokemon. Well, off screen, or off page, Lady caught a secret third Pokemon, which definitely was not spoiled on the book cover art, so I wonder what it is. But anyways, we get into the gym battle, and Empoleon easily defeats Snover. But apparently, just before the Snover was defeated, it like launched a seed bomb into the sky, and like that catches Lady and Empoleon off guard, and Empoleon gets one shot. So it's actually a 2-on-2 now. So the next round, it's Frostlass versus Rapidash, and in the middle of the fight, like Candace just like randomly starts accusing of Lady of things. She like finds Lady's handbook on the ground, and it like marks that Lady is trying to go to Lake Acuity as her destination. So like she just starts to rant about like how Lady isn't taking this gym fight seriously, and she says how Lady probably just came to thank her after she saved Lady from the snowstorm, and then like realized that Lake Acuity is on the way anyways, and like she just randomly ended up in this gym fight, and so she's just going with the flow and not training seriously and taking this battle seriously. So just a lot to accuse a person of when they're trying to battle you in a fight. But anyways, Frostlass gets Rapidash low in this moment, and Lady is forced to switch out to her last Pokemon. And she's a bit nervous though because this is her first time battling on her own without Pearl and Diamond, and also the first time battling with this Pokemon. Meanwhile, Candace like talks to like the gym statue thing. You remember that thing that talks and is at the beginning of all the gyms? Yeah, Candace talks to that thing and like asks if the battle can just end because like she doesn't want to pull out her ace Pokemon on an unworthy challenger. But like why are you so angry, girl? Like this cannot be the first time like you're in a gym fight against someone who like doesn't seem like they care. And like also like if you think Lady isn't taking you seriously, just beat her. Like put your money where your mouth is, girl. Like sorry, I don't know, but Candace is just irritating me so much right now. Like I actually liked her in the anime, but she's being a lot right now. But anyway, Lady's last Pokemon is a Lopunny. Could never have guessed. So she manages to dodge Candace's Abomasnow's attacks, and Lopunny KOs Abomasnow with a jump kick. And so like, so much for your ace Pokemon, Candace. Get wrecked. But Candace is like fired up now, and she sends back out Frostlass, and Frostlass is able to counter Lopunny's attacks and pin it down, and it faints. So Candace confidently cheers out that she won, but then Maylene, who like was watching the battle apparently, screams out, "It isn't over!" And then Rapidash comes back out and one-shots the Frostlass. And that's when Lady reveals that Lopunny actually used Healing Wish, which is a move that causes your Pokemon to faint, but the next Pokemon you send out heals back up. So even though Rapidash was low from fighting Frostlass before, it came back in the fight, fully healed up, and ended the battle in one shot. So Candace apologizes for like being harsh in the fight, which like yeah, I don't know what that was about. But Lady explains back that her like ranting and her accusing her actually did help her focus and concentrate in the battle, because it is true that she kind of just wandered in here trying to get to Lake Acuity, which like isn't completely her fault. Okay, the world is the lake is about to get bombed, so like she's in a rush for a reason. Okay, like she's not trying to underestimate you for no reason. But Lady also explains that she used to have a friend that would help her focus in battles, but she's on her own, so it was a bit difficult, Sag, the Pearl reference. But anyways, apparently Candace and Maylene already know that Lady is here to go to Lake Acuity and like stop Team Galactic because Byron and like all the gym leaders have like a group chat where they communicate, and so they were told about protecting the lakes as well. So Lady, Maylene, and Candace all head out for Lake Acuity, and then the perspective switches back to Pearl, who is sitting right outside of Fuego Ironworks with his Pokemon. Pearl then notices that it's getting kind of cold out, so he decides to like roll down his sleeves to warm up, which is like kind of a crazy plot twist. Who would have guessed that Pearl's shirt was actually a long sleeve the whole time? But like then in the next scene, like Pearl gets to like get sleepy because he's like getting all cozy in like the night, and so he decides to roll his sleeves back up to prevent from getting too cozy, I guess. And like I don't know, that whole scene just like made me wonder like what was it for? Was it like Pearl like fanser? Like I don't know what that was. Like I don't know. But anyways, we see Pearl do like some big brain thinking as he starts to connect all the pieces together of like Team Galactic. He starts to think about their plan to start a new world and how it's somehow related to blowing up the three lakes. So he's trying to figure out all of these pieces and how they connect, but he now has information from the factory that Team Galactic actually only had the parts built for one bomb. So he's like thinking, wait, are they only planning on exploding one of the lakes and not all three? So Pearl gets like stuck in this loop of like thinking, like trying to figure out like why they only have one bomb if there's three lakes and three legendary lake Pokemon. So he's trying to figure this out. Clearly, Pearl doesn't understand that in this market, there's no way they could have afforded to build three bombs. But Pearl remembers one more clue that could help him connect together Team Galactic's plan. The bike shop owner from before in Eterna City, Rick Radshaw, yeah, he's just starting to wonder, like, why did they capture him in the first place? And so, with that one question, Pearl heads off to Eterna City. And so, upon arriving at the bike shop, Pearl is attacked by two Clefairy, but their trainer, who is Rad Rickshaw, quickly stops the fight. And then that's when Pearl gets his next clue by talking to Rad. He's just like, so, wait, why did they capture you? Apparently, Team Galactic captured Rad Rickshaw because they wanted his Clefairy. And, like, he wasn't exactly sure why they wanted his Clefairy, but he knew it was because because Clefairy is connected to moon and stars. And that connects back to Team Galactic's unifying theme of space. So, we then get information that the Galactic building in Eterna City has been busy because Rad Rickshaw's like, yeah, there's been helicopters flying back and forth from the building to Veilstone City. So Pearl deduces that they could be setting up for the bomb to explode anywhere, and that they need to hurry to Lake Valor as there's only 2 more days left until the detonation. So Pearl gets a ride from Rad Rickshaw, and they're gonna bike together to Lake Valor because it's faster apparently than riding his Luxray. So they're together now, they're going to Lake Valor, and then the perspective shifts once more back to Dia, Woo, main pro tag boy. But like, seriously though, Diamond's like definitely climbs up the character rankings after like his training arc. Like, not that I didn't like him before, but like, I don't know, just something about his like arc just like redefined his character for me, and it's like really giving main character vibes. So like, best boy, I guess. But anyways, we see that Diamond is now on his way back to Jubilife City, where he just reminisces about this is like where it all started. And so, after having a quick snack break where one of his rice ball mysteriously goes missing, Diamond runs into a man who turns out to be the president of the Poketch company. And like, he scolds Diamond for not using the Poketch properly because like, if we think about it, they haven't used the Poketch this entire series, even though like it was set up in the beginning. So like, the president is like, why aren't you using it? Look at all the cool features it has. It has a calculator, a map, a writing pad. Why aren't you using it? So like, yeah, it's like the Poketch was actually pretty cool in the original game. So yeah, it's kind of funny that they like haven't used it like for any plot points in the book so far, but it's up now. So we then get this like mini plot line of Daya helping the president spread the news of the Poketch and like to the locals of Jubilife City, and Diamond like ends up like doing a demonstration of the Poketch, but the demonstration is interrupted by a Lickitung who's been causing trouble in Jubilife City and was the one who was hinted at earlier to steal Daya's rice ball. And so Diamond is trying to capture the Lickitung so that it like won't cause any more trouble in Jubilife City. But then mid battle, it suddenly evolves into a Licky, which like crazy evolution timing once more. And so in the battle, Diamond notices that Licky has like this kind of hit and run style of battling where it will dig into the ground and then randomly pop back up and attack his Pokemon with its tongue. And so we see Diamond go to one of the holes that Licky dug up from, and then he kind of like walks to where his Munchlax was hit by Licky's tongue. And then Daya realizes that the iron ball that his Munchlax usually holds is now gone. And so he deduces that Licky must be stealing items from everyone, and that's why it's attacking the city. So Diamond uses the Pokecatch's dowsing machine feature to find Licky's hiding spot with all of the items. The president is then like worried about like a sudden attack from Licky because Licky has been kind of been gone for a while and it's just like digging around. But Daya explains that he knows exactly where it will attack. And so on cue, Licky digs up from the ground below, but Munchlax is waiting just near the spot that Licky digs up from and catches Licky's tongue. So Daya is able to catch the Licky, and it's his first Pokemon capture. And also like just the first Pokemon capture this whole series. So the president is astounded by how Daya was able to predict where Licky was going to be, and Daya explains that he used the Poketch's pedometer to measure how Licky attacks based on the length of its tongue and like where it came up from the ground before. That's why he went to the hole before and measured where it hit his Munchlax. Long story short, Daya is just too smart for this series, okay? He's playing mind games with the Pokemon now. And like also this event helped with the demonstration, and like everyone is now going to the president of the Poketch asking for a Poketch because he showed the functionality really well. He showed using the pedometer and using the dowsing machine, which I thought was really smart actually. So all of this to say, Daya he came for a job and he did it, and he is giving full main character vibes now. Like, we just got this whole arc, well, his whole training arc, and then now we got this mini arc with him, and it's like, it's just showing a lot of things of Diamond. And like, I know Pearl and Lady just had a few chapters to themselves as well, but like, I don't know. It isn't hitting the same. I don't know. I feel like the writers know what they're doing. So anyways, Diamond learns from the Poketch president that he was recently at Lake Verity, but all of the roads were blocked off. And that's when Diamond realizes that Team Galactic is closer than he thought, and he rushes off towards Lake Verity. But before going to the lake, Diamond decides that he wants to return all of the items that Licky stole. And so he's like returning them, but he accidentally like ends up in some kind of garden, and that's when we see Sebastian, remember Lady's butler, appear out of nowhere and just attack Diamond with an acid attack and then a water pulse and then like a series of other attacks from like a crowd of Pokemon, which like, I don't, like, maybe Daya does need more training, because like Sebastian just like wrecks Diamond with attack after attack. Well, I guess he was unprepared, but like still. But anyways, Sebastian explains that Diamond has trespassed on the Berlitz estate. And then that's when Diamond connects the dots, and he's like, oh, Berlitz, that's Platinum. That's Lady's real name, right? And so then that's when Sebastian's like, oh my gosh, I just attacked one of Lady's close friends. And then like he like profusely apologizes to Diamond and like starts to treat him like royalty. And like we do a quick cut to Diamond being in the mansion in like this fancy getup because his old clothes are being washed, you know, from the acid and water that Sebastian attacked him with. So as Diamond and Sebastian are talking about Lady and their current mission to stop Team Galactic, we see just outside of the mansion windows a scientist that's getting attacked by a flock of Yanmega. So Diamond notices the lab is getting attacked from the window, and he rushes out to save the scientist. As he enters the lab, he is attacked by the Yanmega's supersonic moves. And so Daya decides to squat in like a corner and quickly read his notebook. And so we then get a flashback to when Diamond and Pearl were about to part ways from the lakes. So Pearl gives Daya a notebook in this flashback that he explains once held all of their jokes for the routine. But ever since they swore to protect Lady, he has turned it into a battle practice journal. He wants Daya to have the journal and to read it every day to help him in battles. And like we see this cute illustration of like Pearl angrily saying to refer to the journal daily. And like, I don't know, it's too much. It's just so cute. I just want my iconic duo back together. Why did they have to separate them? It's so sad. But anyways, I don't know. This book is giving me attachment issues. I mean, like I had that before, but back to present time. With a new look of confidence, Daya uses his Pokédex to discover that the Yanmega's attacks are actually shockwaves, and he uses his Mach 1 Razor Leaf TM to attack the spy camera that is controlling the swarm of Yanmegas. Unfortunately, the shockwaves from the Yanmega are too strong, and the Mach 1 Razor Leaf is actually deflected. I guess it has to have a kryptonite somehow, so. We then see Roseanne, who's the scientist lady that Diamond's protecting. She discovers that there's an iron ball next to Diamond's knocked out Munchlax, and like it's like really torn up or like cut. And she deduces that Yanmega shockwaves are actually attacking from the inside and not from the exterior. And so she's like, if Daya takes another hit head on from the Yanmega shockwaves, his insides are gonna get jumbled up. And like, that's like pretty gruesome for like a child and like for a Pokemon book. And so to her horror, the Yanmega attack Daya and his Licky Licky again. But we see Daya arise from the shockwaves, and he thanks Roseanne for her warning because like before he got attacked, she was like, "Watch out, don't get hit." But then he shows that they grabbed the spy camera and Licky Licky breaks it. So we get that flashback thing about what actually happened. So it turns out Licky Licky swallowed a protector, which is like just a Pokemon item that's like a metal coat basically. It's really strong. And so it swallowed that and then like protected Daya by like hugging him and like protecting it in its core, and that's what protected him from the shockwaves. And then the protector item is what protected the interior of Licky Licky. And so in all of that confusion, it grabbed the spy camera and destroyed it. So, once again, Daya's goated strategy comes in clutch. And so, Daya thanks Pearl for the battle journal he gave him, because the advice that he used from the journal was that it's always important to investigate your opponent's special abilities and come up with a counter maneuver, because he used his Pokédex to figure out that the Yanmega use shockwaves and attacks internally, and so he used that in his plan. Also, it turns out that the protector they had was for Roseanne, and it was the last item that Daya was returning. So he returns it to Roseanne. And like also like this item that Daya had, like being the protector, it was like set up before, so like they didn't just use it as like a plot convenience point in this battle. I just didn't say it because I didn't know it was gonna end up being important, so there you go, I guess. And with that, Daya is off once again to Twin Leaf Town, before, going to Lake Verity, just to like check in with his mother because he hasn't seen her this whole time. We then see Team Galactic making their final preparations as Cyrus has announced to his commanders Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter that in fact only one bomb is there is only one bomb and only one of the lakes will be detonated or exploded. So the commanders are all excited and they're like, "Oh, I hope I hope my lake gets exploded." And it's like, I don't know the reasoning for that. Like, do they have a death wish? Like, well, I don't know if the bomb's gonna kill them, but it's like, I guess it's just to like show that like if Cyrus chooses to bomb the lake that they're guarding, it shows that he was confident in like their ability to secure the lake, I guess. So it's like an honor basically. So go off, I guess. But we then once again go to Pearl, who is riding with Rad Rickshaw, and Pearl decides to ask about the statues in Eterna City and if he knows like what they're connected to. So Remember the statue with like that weird legendary Pokemon of Sinnoh? Yeah, so Rad basically explains to Pearl that he heard from his grandma an old tale about that statue, and that it represents the two guardians of space and time in the Sinnoh region. One is labeled with the D and is given the title Giver of Time, and the other one is labeled with a P and is referred to as the creator of parallel dimensions. Gasp, the multiverse in the Pokemon world. And so Rad Rickshaw explains that this is another reason why Team Galactic captured him. It's because they wanted to like know about the statue as well, and so they were like asking him questions about it, but he didn't give them any answers. We then cut to Team Galactic, who revealed their further intentions of capturing the Pokemon that go by Dialga and Palkia. You know, Giver of Time, creator of parallel dimensions. Yeah, we were just informed about them. Which, like, also, if you didn't know about the legendary Pokemon of Sinnoh, there you go. Big reveal. Shocker. Oh my gosh, gasp. But, like, also, we are now officially in the big arc now. So, the bombs are about to explode. Our trio are all separated. And, you know, they're going through their individual training arcs. But, like, let's be honest, Diamond is going through the most. And then Pearl's like trying to figure out Team Galactic's whole plan. You know, he's playing mental mind games. And then we just have Lady, who's like kind of taking a back seat, to be honest. Like, I know she just did a gym battle and that she's like with Candace and Maylene now. But like, it just seems like a lesser role compared to Pearl, who's like trying to figure out Team Galactic's plan, and Diamond going through his training arc and like seemingly doing the most. So like, I don't know. Seems like she's been like a little sidelined, but like it's okay. She was like the main focus of the series before, so it's kind of balancing out the screen time. But with that, we have now finished volume 6, and we move on to volume 7. Oh my gosh, we're getting to the big part, the big arc. So exciting. So, Volume 7 opens with Team Galactic explaining their plan to us. Sorry, Pro, you know, you really tried to figure it out for us, but we're getting an explanation now. The main scientist of Team Galactic, I'll say Sharon. Sharon explains that they need the 3 legendary lake Pokemon in order to make a red chain that will force Dialga and Palkia to obey their commands. And so, step 1 is to detonate the galactic bomb at one of the lakes and lure out all 3 of the legendary lake Pokemon and capture them. We then shift back to Diamond, who has finally made it home. He told his mother that he will be arriving today, but he realizes that he never told his mother about like the truth of his trip. He just said, "Oh, hey, I'm coming home tomorrow." And so he's like pondering how he'll explain everything to her. He goes to his room to change to his normal wear when we see a note. His mother went to Lake Verity to pick some berries for a special welcome home meal for him. Great timing, I'm sure Diamond is thinking. And so Diamond rushes off once more as we shift perspectives back to Lady. So, Lady is speaking with Maylene and Candace about how her father told her in Canalave City that Lady had been to Lake Acuity once before as a child. Apparently, when she was really young, she was with her father while he was studying the Pokemon habitat near Lake Acuity when she suddenly went missing. And then after a flash of light, he found her. So, you know, Lady kind of makes a connection to the story that Dia told her when they were at Lake Valor. And so, you know, we're just getting all of these connections to our 3 main characters, to the 3 lakes, you know. Just further showing that they all had a connection to it beforehand. Destiny. But Lady and Candace and Maylene are suddenly attacked by a Sableye and Gastrodon who belong to dun 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 Commander Jupiter, the final grunt out of the 3 that like we haven't seen in action. And so Jupiter brags about how they have finally met their match and she isn't as soft as the other commanders. This proves to be true as she lands combo move after combo move against our 3 heroes. She uses her Tangrowth shadows to like command her Sableye to shadow sneak and attack, and her Gastrodon's mud bombs like trap them in thick mud and like their Pokemon can't get out of it. And then to finish it off, she uses Natural Gift with her Tangrowth to one-shot Candace's Abomasnow with a fire type berry. Needless to say, they all kind of got wrecked, so maybe Lady should have also undergone some extra training. We then see an airship fly over Lake Acuity, and Jupiter reveals that all of the other lakes will have a similar airship flying over it just now, but only one of them will be carrying the galactic bomb. And so, at Lake Verity, Diamond is looking for his mom when he notices grunts patroled around the lake. So he tries to remain hidden in some bushes, and he tries to think of a plan. He actually has Fantina's Drifblim that she gifted to him when he passed by Heart Home City. So this just happened off screen again. So he plans to use Drifblim to fly up to the airship. But first, he'll free his mom and Sebastian and Roseanne, who are also there. I forgot to mention Sebastian and Roseanne have just been following Diamond along the whole time. They've been traveling with him to his home and to Lake Verity. So they've been here and they have a carriage. They're gonna take Daya's mom with them once he frees her. But before this plan is even set in motion, Commander Mars revealed that she has Diamond's mother, and Diamond's mother is being threatened by Mars Zubat, and it has its sharp wing up to her neck. Very dramatic. And Commander Mars is you better drop your Pokeballs if you want your mom to remain safe. And so with that, we shift our perspective back to Pearl. Considering how we left Diamond and Lady in jeopardy, things are not looking so great for Pearl. So we'll see what happens. So Pearl arrives at Lake Valor and decides that the island in the center of the lake is where Team Galactic is most likely to be set up. So Rad Rickshaw decides that he'll stay behind at the coast of the lake as Pearl makes his way to the center. And so Pearl drags a giant tree trunk just into the water, and him and his 3 Pokemon get onto the tree trunk, and he uses Infernape as an engine to blast to the island. However, as Pearl is sailing off, we see that Rad Rickshaw gets attacked. Rest in peace. So Pearl is almost to the island when an Octillery pulls at his leg and he falls into the water, and so does all of his Pokemon. And Saturn emerges in this mech octopus suit, and Pearl is able to dodge the Octillery's attacks in the water, but Saturn reveals that the galactic bomb will detonate in 3 minutes. So Saturn is preaching about he hopes that Lake Valor is bombed so that it shows that Cyrus believes in him. And so Pearl's asking why Saturn is doing this with the bomb and detonating the lakes and stuff, and Saturn just laughs it off and is you don't understand, I've been working for this my entire life, and I can't wait to see the raw power of the galactic bomb explode. And it's I don't know, doesn't that just sound kind of sad? You spent your whole life working towards this? Kind of sad. And also why do villains always do this? Why are they always preaching about wanting to see raw power? It just seems a bit weird to me. But anyways, Saturn also reveals that he hopes to keep Pearl in the water so that when the bomb detonates, he'll evaporate with the water, which once again, gruesome. But as expected at this point, I guess. And so Saturn uses his robotic arm from his mech suit to lift Pearl by just grabbing him at the neck. It lifts him out of the water, and he's interrogating Pearl about why he headed straight for the center islands in Lake Valor. So it's basically Saturn has an idea that Pearl kind of knows about Lake Valor's secrets and possibly where Azelf would be hiding. So he's just trying to interrogate him. So as we get this intense confrontation, Pearl's getting strangled by a robotic arm as the bomb is about to detonate and evaporate him. Which, let me remind you, he's 12. We switch back to Diamond, who has dropped all of his Pokeballs to the ground to protect his mother, and Diamond realizes that Commander Mars was the one all the way back at the windmill who captured that little girl's father. Remember that? We then get this truly anime moment as Daya is it's not fun to threaten people and to explode lakes and to kill people, and then Mars just laughs in his face. So But like in that moment, like when he's preaching, Diamond's mom actually throws her basket of berries at the Zubat that's threatening her life, and then this gives Diamond a chance to summon the Drift Bloom, you know, the one Fantina gave him, and he flies up towards the airship as his mother gets away. So you know, I guess like strategy just runs in the family. So Mars flies up with her Yanmega in order to like try to catch up to Diamond and stop him, and then she sends out her Perugly like in the sky and to just like beat up Drifblim, and it's just like interesting tactic. Just like imagine this big cat fighting a balloon in the sky. It's an odd fight to say the least, but okay. So the countdown to detonation then starts at 20, as we see the airships across all three lakes like begin to open, and we're like, oh man, which lake's gonna get bombed? So we see the grunts all count down as they wait for the bombs to explode and for the legendary Pokemon to reveal themselves. We then see Pearl being held up by Saturn still, you know, with the robotic arm, as the countdown strikes 1. And then we get this still of everyone wondering which lake are they gonna drop the bomb on, and quickly leave your predictions down below. You know, which lake do you think is gonna get bombed? Who knows? But I won't leave you wondering for long, because we then see that Lady and Diamond are safe as there is no explosion where they are. Meanwhile, at Lake Valor, it's just the bomb detonates, but luckily, right before the bomb detonates, we see Pearl's Pokemon who were in the water grab onto Saturn's mech, and like it raises them just above the water so that when the lake evaporates, they're all safe. So, woo, Pearl doesn't instantly die. We then see the aftermath of the explosion as Saturn cheers at the sight of the entire lake evaporated, with only the island at the center of the lake remaining. And so yeah, that answers the question like of like what the bomb does. I guess it just like evaporates water. It doesn't actually explode anything, so you know, they're all safe. And so then Saturn like wipes off Pearl's Pokemon off of his mech suit, and then he like flies higher into the air with Pearl still hanging like in his robotic arm and like dangling above the ground. And Saturn asks once again why Pearl headed straight for the center island, and it's like crazy. So then Pearl eventually reveals that he went to the center island at Lake Valor because last time he was at Lake Valor, he came across a cave on the center island that had water that reflected a blue-headed Pokemon. And it was the willpower Pokemon Azelf. So as this reveal happens, we see that the three lake Pokemon have all awoken and they all rise from their slumber. We then shift to Commander Jupiter, who explains to Lady Candace and Maylene that even though Lake Acuity wasn't bombed, the bond between the three legendary lake Pokemon is so strong that the disturbance of one of them will call forth the other two to protect it. We then see Maylene and Candace like try to stop Jupiter from capturing Uxie, who's the knowledge one if you don't remember, but they fail miserably as before, so Uxie is captured. And they call themselves Gym Leader. Tisk tisk. Like, sorry, but like, I mean, they did get wrecked, so you know, it's fair. And so, Lady can only watch as the airship captures Uxie, and you know, like, also like so much for being a legendary Pokemon. Like, I get it. The legendary like Pokemon aren't known for fighting, but like, they're still legendaries. You can't like blast the giant claw grabbing at you. Anyways, Uxie is captured and the airship carrying it flies away. We then shift to Mesprit, the emotion Pokemon, at Lake Verity, and it's like getting captured in a plastic ball thing. But Dia manages to jump on top of the claw thing, and we then see him send out True, who he commands as like True is falling down into the lake below. He commands Torterra to use its Mach 1 Razor Leaf, but then Mars like tries to deflect it, but Dia commands Torterra to use another Razor Leaf, but this time with multiple leaves in order to like block her vision. So Mars is like blinded by the leaves, so we don't see what happens with the Mach 1 Razor Leaf. But when Mars is able to see again, she notices that there's two splashes in the water below, and that the claw thing is like in the airship, so it's assumed that Mesprit has been captured. So she like laughs, assuming that Dia fell into the water with his Torterra, and the airship flies off. But back to Pearl, Saturn takes him to the cave with Azelf when a sudden flash of light appears. And Pearl, remembering that, this happens, that like when the legendary lake Pokemon appear, there's a flash of light, he uses that opportunity to escape. He then calls upon his Pokemon to fight Saturn's army, and he manages to actually take out like a large chunk of the enemies with his Infernape's Flare Blitz, but the recoil damage from Flare Blitz eventually catches up to them, and he's defeated. So we then skip to Radrickshaw finding Pearl on the lake floor, and he realizes that he failed to protect Azelf as he passes out. Once again, maybe they should have sent like all of the kids to the training. I get that Lady and Pearl were gifted in fighting, but we could have done better to prepare them to fight an evil organization, especially if you guys weren't gonna come. Like, none of the other gym leaders showed up. Like, well, what's with that? Like, I know I know Fantina gave Dyer her Drift Blim, but like, the lakes are gonna get bombed. Is that not like a life or death scenario for Sinnoh? Where is the hustle, guys? We're really letting 3 12-year-olds go at it. Like, let's be real here. But anyways, they made a choice, I suppose. We go back to Daya's mother, who is with Sebastian and Roseanne, and she's able to call Daya on a phone, and he reveals that he is with Mesprit on Team Galactic's ship. So apparently, whenever he blinded Mars, that Mach 1 Razor Leaf cut a hole into the net that captured Mesprit, and so Daya climbed in, and so when the claw grabbed Mesprit, it also grabbed Daya, and they were taken inside of the airship. And also, when Mars was blinded, he also managed to send out his Licky Licky. So when Mars saw the two splashes in the lake below, it was actually Torterra and Licky Licky, not Daya. So, once again, Diamond is just, like, outplaying all of these people, and it's just, like, doing quick thinking moves. Like, I could never, so, I don't know. It's just giving main character. I'm sorry, Lady and Pearl. I guess you guys had your limelight before, but Diamond is on another level. But anyways, Diamond apologizes to his mom because he plans to continue the mission from inside the airship. We then shift to Lady, who drags an unconscious Maylene and Candace to a nearby Snow Point temple. She thinks about how she failed and that she needs to get stronger. So she takes out a Pokeball to like try to catch another Pokemon, I guess, but like she passes out from exhaustion. We then see though the Pokeball that she had in her hand, like when she passes out, it rolls out of her hand and it hits something from inside of the Snow Point temple. And we don't know what happens with that, but we do see the silhouette of a legendary Pokemon that you may know. Ooh, foreshadowing. Interesting. Personally, though, I just like to say I don't like it when they use legendary Pokemon in Pokemon because, like, it becomes this whole thing about, like, fair play and, like, is it really interesting to see this Hulk of a Pokemon come in and fight the final battle and, like, all of the Pokemon they were using before just become irrelevant now because it's, like, legendary Pokemon and they just don't compare? It's like, I don't know, I don't like it, but moving on, back to Pearl, we see a shadowy figure use Rain Dance to fill up Lake Valor again, which, cool, I guess the bomb evaporating the water wasn't that big of a deal because, like, they're just using Rain Dance to fill it back up. So maybe the lake Pokemon should have just kept sleeping because, they didn't do much in the first place other than get captured. But it turns out the person commanding the Pokemon to use Rain Dance is Crasher Wake, and he decides to take Pearl in. And also, like, when he, like, picks up the unconscious Pearl, he compliments him in his valiant efforts to protect the lake all by himself. And also he compares him to this mysterious figure who is Pearl's father, and, I wonder who it is. If you watch the anime, you would know. Lots of references. If you know who the characters are, the silhouettes aren't really a mystery, but anyway, Crasher Wake takes in Pearl for presumably another training arc. Woo. So Pearl then wakes up in a bed where he sees his Pokemon fully healed up. He then apologizes to his Luxray and Fernape and Chatot for failing, like with his commands and like how they lost the battle. But he looks outside to see where he is, and he notices Crasher Wake, who is still using his Pokemon to use Rain Dance and fill the lake. So, I mean, I guess it's still like a harder job than I initially thought, but still a funny thing to be happening. But like also makes sense. And so Crasher Wake reveals that the nearby Pokemon are angry at the lake bombing, and he thinks that Pearl could use a Pokemon like his Floatzel on his team because it's speedy, and Pearl's team seems to have a knack for that. So he's very much like trying to give advice to Pearl and like give him some training. But like also see how Diamond's like team was all about defense and Pearl's is like all about speed, you know. They're just the perfect duo. I don't know how to explain it. Iconic, iconic. Anyway, Pearl is tasked with capturing a Buizel to add it to his team, you know, because maybe Floatzel is a bit too much right now. So Pearl begins to fight a nearby Buizel and he just sees how angry it is firsthand. And Wake explains that the Pokemon don't understand the idea of evil organizations and greed. They just witness their habitat being disrupted. And so Pearl is once again devastated by his failed attempt at protecting the lake. And it's like, thanks for reminding him of that, Crasher Wake. But Crasher Wake tries to cheer him up with a joke, and it starts to work. And Pearl remembers how him and Dio wanted to be comedians for this very reason, you know, to cheer up people when they're down and to give them a new perspective on things. And like also this kind of reminds you that, yeah, Diamond and Pearl went into this trying to be a comedic duo, and it's like how far they've come, and also how little comedy bits we are now getting. Because yeah, there aren't any skits going on recently. Like I know I've skipped them before, but like they're just not a thing really right now because, you know, they're separated. And with that, Pearl begins his training. We see Pearl exhausted from his training though, like trying to catch the Buizel, but he's able to like make the perfect Pokeball toss, whatever you call it, and he catches the Buizel. So, you know, truly a moment for Pearl because, you know, he's like training in like the constant rain dance, so like he's all like drenched in rain, but like he's like triumphing in catching the Buizel, you know. Truly training montage vibes here. So Pearl looks at his newly captured Buizel and he hopes to one day evolve it, as he remembers that one of Lady's actual bodyguards had a Buizel, and so like he kind of hopes to carry on their legacy as well as like the Floatzel that Crasher Wake has. Oh, and he names his Buizel Zeller, which I don't know. I find the nickname Zeller to be kind of adorable, especially for a Buizel. Anyway, Crasherwake says that his training has just begun, and Pearl will need to train his Buizel to respect his orders, and he will need to catch 2 more Pokemon in order to complete his team of 6. So we're gonna finally get a full team. Let's go. I wonder what the other Pokemon could be. It's not like it was spoiled on the cover of the next book, at least. So, you know, like, you know, I guess it's fair, you know, you're not supposed to see the cover of the next volume before finishing this volume. But, you know, I just have all the books, so I was able to see it. But, you know, whatever, I'll take it, I guess. But before we see the reveal of Pearl's final team, we get a brief interlude as we see Team Galactic gather at Veilstone City. And Cyrus gives a whole speech about, like, hating this imperfect world and how he hopes to create a new perfect world with the help of Dialga and Palkia. You know, typical main antagonist vibes. But back to Pearl, he has successfully captured the last 2 members of his team, which, like, I kind of have a slight gripe about because, you know, he doesn't get to have a full training montage, and we don't get to, like, see his relationship with this Pokemon that, like, Diamond got to kind of have interactions with his Licky Licky, you know? It's just kind of like, oh, he caught 2 Pokemon off screen. That's cool. You won't really see much of this interaction, but whatever, I'll get into it later, I suppose. We then see Diamond's mother show up in a carriage with Sebastian and Roseanne, like shows up to where Pearl is, and she said that she got a call from Crasher Wake that Pearl was here, and so she rushed over so that she could give Pearl Fantina's Drifblim, as well as Dia's Licky Licky and Torterra. So, you know, I was kind of wondering about that. I was like, wait, so did Diamond just leave his Licky Licky and Torterra in the lake to drown? But they got it. They recovered their Pokeballs, I guess, and so they gave them to Pearl now. And Pearl will reunite them once he finds Dia. So Diamond's mother reveals to Pearl that Diamond is actually on the galactic airship, and Pearl needs to get to him. And so we then have this like cute moment of Pearl formally meeting Sebastian and Roseanne, and they like thank him for protecting Lady. But the moment is cut short as Pearl speeds off to Veilstone City because that's where the main Team Galactic headquarters is located, and like that's where the airship that Dia's on is gonna go. So, oh, also I forgot to mention that Crasher Wake asked Pearl before he left like what he would want as a gift for protecting Sinnoh, and Pearl said that he hoped to get a theme song like the one that Crasher Wake has. You know, I don't know. I thought it was just a cute moment to like really show like um, the trainer figure that Crasher Wake became, the mentor figure that Crasher Wake became for Pearl in this short moment. Oh, and if you were wondering how Daya's mother is feeling about like this whole situation about Team Galactic and her 12-year-old fighting against evil, we do see how when she was told about all of this in a flashback by Daya, and like how he's planning to save Sinnoh, and he explains that he's planning to save Sinnoh just like the heroes in his favorite show Pro Team Omega. And of course it's like still a lot for her to process, you know, your son like trying to fight evil like on his own too. But like I feel like his metaphor shows just how much of a child he like still is at heart. But Daya's mother still believes that her son will succeed and will come home to her. And she believes that Pearl will also be there for him as well. And so, I don't know, I think this flashback moment is just like really sweet actually. Like, it brings back the idea that, yeah, these are 12-year-old heroes trying to save the world. And like, they do still have these parents that care about them. And they still have interests that might seem silly compared to the situation they're in. But in this world, this is their reality that they have to protect like what's near and dear to them, and like sometimes these things happen, and like I don't know, it's just like interesting to see, like see how they address this situation in the world and in the writing. So I liked it. I like this flashback with Daya's mother. It really like rounds out the character, I feel. We see Pearl continue on towards Veilstone City, and he uses his newly caught Diglett, named Diggler, and Tauros, named Toller, to defeat the grunts guarding the route. So, you know, we see his full team. Wow. Fully paid off with the training arc that we get to see. I'm not over it. I'll never be over it. So, I mean, we do see some nice combo attacks here, though, from Pearl, as, you know, he truly uses speed to his advantage. He uses his Buizel to control the pace of the fight and the sight of his enemies with quick, flashy moves. Then Diglett pops up from underneath in the ground and takes the enemy by surprise as it hides back underground. And then Tauros just like charges it in with heavy hitting attacks on ground. So I think it does show that Pearl's team was well thought out with the concept of speed, and you like definitely see how his new team fits into taking over speed across all different terrains. You know, you have Diglett in the ground, Tauros on land, Buizel in water, even though they're not fighting in water, and then just Luxray being fast with X-ray vision, Chatot for the air, and then just Infernape being fire and like power charged, you know. So definitely still a nice concept. I just wish they use it more. But spoilers, this is like the only time we really see like Pearl's team in action, so boo. But once again, I'll save my final thoughts for the end. But it would have been nice to see the level of strategic battling that Daya got with Pearl, but you know, things are getting a little rushed because they're trying to finish up their story. But back to the end of the volume, Lady wakes up to Candace and Maylene watching over her in Snowpoint City once more. And so they try to like strategize about like what to do next because they got completely destroyed by Commander Jupiter. So Candace calls up Byron and yells at him because she's like, "You didn't tell us they were gonna completely destroy us." So Byron decides to call someone in to help train them. And we see a new figure approach, Volkner, and he's the gym leader of Shunny Shore City, and he specializes in electric type Pokemon. And like, we see he's definitely the arrogant type because he whines about like looking for a competent challenger, and then when he gets the phone call from Byron, he smirks because he's like, things are finally getting interesting, you know. He's one of those types of characters. I think you know what I'm talking about. And then we move on to see Cyrus preparing to use the 3 legendary lake Pokemon to create a red chain. And so with this red chain, because he needs to create 2 red chains, he will control space and time with Dialga and Palkia and create a new universe. one that is original and of his own perfect design. And the volume finally ends with Diamond getting out of the airship as he is in the Veilstone City Galactic Base airship hangar. And with that, we're truly in the home stretch. All the pieces are coming together for our final showdown. I mean, we still have some plot progression that I can still see happening. Our three heroes need to meet. Lady needs to get her last gym badge and train with Volkner. There's still some things, but we're getting there. And so we're finished with Volume 7, but we're moving in to Volume 8 out of 9. Truly the home stretch. And so, without further delay, Volume 8 begins with Lady, Candace, and Maylene meeting up with Volkner. They ask him how he plans to train them, but Volkner just gets mad because he thought he was gonna face this powerful enemy that defeated them, not train them. And so he starts to walk off, but Lady challenges him to a fight, and she declares that she will battle him to show him just how powerful their foe actually was, and that it's worthwhile to train them. We then see a battle unfold as Lady shows Volkner some of Jupiter's tactics. So she starts with Lopunny versus Elekid as she uses a quick and sneaky Dizzy Punch to replicate how Jupiter's Sableye had fast shadow attacks. We then see Lady use Empoleon against Raichu to show how Jupiter had a hard-hitting Gastrodon that used attacks that slowed their Pokemon, as Empoleon uses Blizzard. Lastly, Volkner asks about Jupiter's ace Pokemon as he sends out his Electivire and shows off its strength with a Thunder Punch. He asks if Jupiter's Pokemon hit harder than that. We then see Lady's Rapidash still standing, as Lady says yes, it hit much harder than that, and Volkner appears to be impressed. So, playing to his ego to convince him. I like it. And also, good job, Rapidash, actually doing something, unlike before, not getting one shot by a grass knot. Yeah, I remember that. Anyway, Volkner says that if Lady can beat just one of his Pokemon in a 3v3 fight, he will give her a gym badge, and that he will also train Maylene and Candace after their fight. So, will Lady want him over. Oh, and also, if it wasn't clear before, when Lady attacked with Lopunny and with her Empoleon, she didn't faint Volkner's Pokemon. It was just to show the battling strategy and abilities of Jupiter. But she didn't fade his Pokemon, so they didn't have a proper gym fight. Nah, it was just a demonstration, I guess. Anyways, we then switch back to Pearl's perspective as he continues to Veilstone City. And he is just outside the city when he notices that there are even more grunts guarding the city than usual. And let's not even get started on the actual galactic team building thing. So he decides that he needs to look for another approach. And that is when he is greeted by the unknown that helped him from before, remember, with Dia and Lady, the ones that appeared before above their heads. Yeah, so the two unknown guide him into a cave where all the other unknown are, and so apparently they want to help Pearl break into Veilstone City using this cave system. And so, truly all the allies are getting gathered together for this final fight. So, with the help of Unknown, Pearl breaks into Veilstone City and he commands the Unknowns to distract the patrolling grunts as he makes his way to the game center Lost and Found, because Pearl remembers Dia talking about how there's this grunt claiming that the Lost and Found was his space and he would often go there. So Pearl theorizes that there must be a secret passageway from that Lost and Found to the Galactic Building. So he gets to the Lost and Found, and he does in fact find the secret passageway to the Galactic Building. He also sends off his Chatot with Dia's Pokeballs inside of the Galactic Building in hopes of reuniting Dia with his Pokemon in case a battle ensues. So Pearl is exploring the Galactic Building, and Chatot is going off ahead trying to find Diamond. We then cut to Cyrus, who has one of the 2 red chains he needs completed. He then orders his commanders to meet him at the peak of Mount Coronet for the final phase of their plan, and this is when a shadowy figure suddenly bursts into the control room as soon as the commanders leave, and it's Cynthia, and she's prepared to fight Cyrus to stop his plans. Finally, an adult stepping in to physically stop the conflict at hand, let's go. We then shift to Daya's perspective as he ambushes a grunt, like just a lonesome grunt, and steals his uniform to blend in. We're getting into real espionage here. So, Daya finds a crowd of grunts and tries to blend in with them to find where the lake Pokemon are being kept. We then go back to Lady, and like she has a flashback of like getting the badge from Volkner. So I guess like she ended up defeating one of his Pokemon, but we don't get to see this gym battle. Fine, cool, thanks. Anyway, she leaves Candace and Maylene to train with Faulkner, and in present time, she arrives at Veilstone City to see the chaos of Unknown fighting the grunts guarding the entrance. And so Lady sneaks her way into the Galactic Building, and so, all three of our trio are inside the Galactic Building at the same time. So we're gonna get a reunion soon, probably. I mean, it's the 8th book out of 9, so I would hope so. But back to Dai, who is following the crowd of grunts. They're suddenly like at this cross section where the grunts are splitting off into 3 rooms, and Daya pauses for a moment because he's trying to like figure out which room he wants to go into. But the grunts turn and grow suspicious of him. So he's like trying to like walk back to be like, hey, I'm not suspicious, but he accidentally stumbles upon like a teleporter that teleports him to another floor of the building. And if you're familiar with the Team Galactic building in the Sinnoh games, they have these like random circle spots throughout the building that teleports you to different floors and different rooms. So they incorporated that into this story, so that's pretty cool, I guess. Anyways, Daya decides to roll with this discovery of teleporters and teleport around when he suddenly runs into Chatot with his Torterra and Licky Licky. So, yay! He's reunited with his Pokemon. Oh, and also I just realized that I forgot to mention that Licky Licky's nickname is Kit, in case you were wondering and you forgot. And I just like randomly dropping these nicknames on you guys because it doesn't matter because I don't use them anyways. Anyway, Daya is finally back with his team when the main character Grunt appears again. One from Lost and Found, the one monologue, yeah, that one. We don't have time to keep repeating who he is. So, that Grunt uses a Gibbo, Chingling, and Staraptor to battle Daya as he rants about how they just need one more red chain to complete their goals. And Daya seems to be like, worn down from like the fight, like because there's like a little bit of a back and forth when he suddenly hears a faint beeping sound, and he instantly recognizes it as the beeping from the Pokédexes that belong to Pearl and Lady. So, our reunion is getting closer. But also, this event causes the Grunt to like go crazy. Because like he rants about wanting the Pokédexes and like how Pokédexes belong to Pokédex holders, and Pokédex holders always go on to do great things, and so he just wants a Pokédex. Like, I don't know where this came from, but he's monologuing about that. And we then see a silhouette of all these like Pokédex holders that he's ranting about, who I assume are the main characters of the past stories in the Pokemon Adventure series, but basically, this whole thing is to say that the Grunt cares more about getting the Pokédex than anything Team Galactic related. That's what we learned from this conversation. So, Daya uses this moment to attack with Licky Licky and run into the experiment room. But he's quickly tackled down by the Grunt that's following close behind. And Daya like tries to get to the Pokemon inside the lab, but more of the Grunt's Pokemon appear to stop him. Luckily, Shieldon like steps forward and like tries to block the attacks of all these Pokemon, and it evolves into Bastodon, and it's now able to deflect all of the attacks, and Daya is able to get up and run to Mesprit, but he worries that the Grunt may hurt Lady, as the Pokédexes are getting louder. He knows Lady is approaching, and so he doesn't want Lady to get hurt. So he commands Chatot, who's still at Daya's side, I guess, to use sonic waves to cover up the sound of the Pokédexes. We then see Lady and Pearl get closer to the experiment lab, but the Grunt pushes the emergency button and the lights in the whole building go out, or maybe just the floor. The lights go out. We then shift to Cyrus and his battle with Cynthia, and Cynthia declares that she will defeat Cyrus, and she sends out Spiritomb to fight his Weavile. So Weavile frees his Spiritomb, and Cynthia is forced to send out her Milotic. And during their fight, they start to talk about the Celestic Town ruins and how Cyrus learned about the whereabouts of the three lake Pokemon and what they each represent. And Cyrus explains that he decided to bomb Lake Valor because it held Azelf, the willpower Pokemon. And he decided that crushing willpower with his own willpower was the best way to control the fate of the world. But back to the fight, Milotic manages to defeat Weavile, but Cyrus sends out his next Pokemon, which is a Gyarados, and it KOs Milotic with a Dragon Dance charge to Giga Impact. So, I know I'm not really getting that detailed with this fight, but it's really just like a tit for tat. It's like a Pokemon fight in the Pokemon game, so nothing really interesting happens. But Cynthia is forced to send out her ace, Garchomp. Things are getting real. And Cyrus gets word that the second red chain is ready to be constructed. It's about to be completed. And so Cynthia decides to pull out her trump card, Draco Meteor, to end the fight. Unfortunately, Cynthia didn't perfect the move, and so after using Draco Meteor, Gyarados is still standing, and Cyrus is able to use this moment to get away, and he leaves Cynthia with the clue of time and space. Cynthia then realizes that Cyrus is planning to control Dialga and Palkia, and she knows exactly where he's going. Back to our main trio, Lady and Pearl have unknowingly made it into the experiment lab with Dia and the Grunts, but the emergency system has turned out all the lights and filled the room with smoke. In addition, the sound attacks from Chatot and Chingling are preventing them from hearing anything, so they don't realize they're all in the same room. But Pearl decides to use Luxray's X-ray vision, and he's able to find Azelf as Lady just happens to stumble upon Uxie. And so now all three of our heroes have found their respective lake Pokemon counterparts trapped in a glass container. So they're trying to figure out how to free the lake Pokemon. However, the Grunt decides to activate another emergency protocol that's in the room apparently, and these glass cages drops around all three lake Pokemon, trapping our three heroes with their respective Pokemon. So Pearl discovers, though, that there's a release button on the side of the containers holding the legendary Pokemon, and he realizes that they need to hit this release button all at the same time. So he's looking around to find where Lady and Diamond is, because he deduces that they must be in the same room. And so he's looking around, but the enemy's Pokemon are in the glass cage with them, and so it starts to attack him. So Pearl, Lady, and Diamond eventually are all able to hear and see each other, and they realize they're in glass cages right next to each other, and that they just need to all press the release button on the lake Pokemon cage in order to free them. But Lady is unable to get to her button due to the enemy Pokemon in her cage attacking her, and they also can't all release large attacks because they might risk hurting themselves because they're all contained in glass cages. So Dia realizes that they must give up their Pokédexes in order to distract the enemy and set the lake Pokemon free. He basically explains that the owner of these Pokemon wants the Pokédex over anything else, and so if they just hand up their Pokédex, the Pokemon will stop fighting them. Of course, it's heartbreaking to see them lose the Pokédex that has kind of connected them to this point, with the beeping being a symbol for their friendship and how close they are. But Diamond is we'll forever be connected through our friendship now. So, that sounds cheesy when I say it out loud, but it's a heartwarming friendship moment in the story. Nonetheless, our heroes give up their Pokédexes and the foes Pokemon leave them alone. This gives them the opportunity to release the lake Pokemon as the cages open up and the lake Pokemon all leave and scatter around, and it's a beautiful moment. And Cyrus notices this and curses because the second red chain isn't complete yet, actually. It was almost complete, but they released them just in time. And he doesn't have enough time to figure out another way of completing it. So he just heads to the spear pillar anyways to just figure something out there, I suppose. And he just wants to get to Dialga and Palkia. We then skip to Cyrus at the peak of Mount Coronet Spear Pillar, where his three commanders are waiting. And his commanders notice he's visibly worn down from his battle with Cynthia, but Cyrus reassures them that their job is just to stop anyone from disrupting his work, and he walks up to the spear pillars. And then this is when the commanders are attacked by a flurry of moves that come from the gym leaders of Sinnoh, or like three of them. It's Fantina, Rourke, and Gardenia. They have appeared and are attacking the commanders of Team Galactic. But whoa, finally actual adults are arriving to protect Sinnoh. Meanwhile, Cyrus uses his red chain to summon forth Dialga and Palkia and link them under his control. We then change perspectives once more, though, to Cynthia, who stumbles across our main trio sleeping in the experiment lab. So Cynthia wakes them up, and our trio explained that they managed to free the three lake Pokemon, and Cynthia's proud of their accomplishment and how they have gotten this far, and that they must be destined to defeat Team Galactic, as shown by their accomplishments thus far. And so Lady, Diamond, and Pearl finally realize that, they're all reunited after all this time, and so they do a cute little team fist bump. Unfortunately, this cute reunion is broken up as Cynthia tells them that Team Galactic has moved on to the final stage of their plan, and Sinnoh is still at risk, so they must go to the peak of Mount Coronet to stop Cyrus at the Spear Pillar. And they all get up on Garchomp's back, and as they're riding on Garchomp towards the peak of Mount Coronet, our heroes think about how their journey has kind of come full circle. The original goal was to bring Lady to the peak of Mount Coronet, and they're finally doing just that. And just like Cynthia said, maybe it was destiny. So Lady pulls Diamond aside and says that she actually caught a Pokemon for him that she thinks would be a perfect addition to his team. And it's a Mamoswine, so I agree, it goes with his defensive team comp, but I would have loved to at least see her catch it, Nah, whatever. Anyway, Diamond now has 5 Pokemon, and Lady shows off her 8 gym badges. Oh yeah, and Lady apologizes that she didn't get a Pokemon for Pearl, and I just kind of find that funny. She's just like, "Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't get a Pokemon for you. I couldn't find one, I guess." And he's like, "Oh no, it's okay. The best present you could have given me was that you fought the gym badges without us, and you still won, and you continued your journey." So Lady seems satisfied with that answer. It's a cute moment, but I'm not satisfied with that answer. I would have been like, "You really didn't get me a Pokemon, but you got Diamond a Pokemon? Kind of sus." But they arrive at Mount Coronet, and Lady notices that there's something strange in her bag, but we won't get to that just yet. Meanwhile, we go back to Cyrus, who is still monologuing, and finally commands Palkia and Dialga to fight each other. And then the perspective shifts once more to the gym leaders fighting the commanders. And the commanders scoff that they can take on 3 gym leaders when Crasher Wake, Maylene, and Candace suddenly appear, and we then get this cool introduction scene with the 6 gym leaders, and I guess I'll narrate that for you guys here. So let's get into that. And so, with a little context before we get into the scene, it's basically there's 3 gym leaders fighting the commanders right now. Fantina, Rourke, and Gardenia, and the commanders are teasing that it's just the 3 of them. But then the rest of the Sinnoh gym leaders come in, and so that's the scene I'm gonna narrate, just because I think it's a cool introduction to them, and I'll try to do a cool introduction, or basically I'm gonna try to impersonate the gym leaders just to fully get into the character of the story for you. But I'm kind of tired, so we'll see how that goes, and I'm bad at voices, so let's go. We'll do whatever we can to protect the Sinnoh region. What can 3 gym leaders do against the combined forces of the commanders of Team Galactic? Only 3? We aren't the only ones who've come here, That's right, we're here too. What? More of them? Orbrick City Gym Leader, Rourke the Rock. Hearthome City No. Hearthome City Gym, the alluring, soulful dancer, Vandina. The master of vivid plant Pokemon, Gardenia. Snow Point City Gym, the Diamond Dust Girl, Candace. Veilstone City Gym. Wait. Veilstone City. Veilstone. Veilstone. Veilstone City Gym, the barefoot fighting genius Maylene. Pastoria City Gym, the Torrentio Mass Master, Crasher Wake. Together we are the Sinnoh Region Gym Leaders! Iconic. They're all iconic. Yeah, so I wanted to do that. I don't know why. I regret all my choices, but it was fun, you know. I try to get into it. I'll keep I'll keep my attempts in there. I guess I think it'll be kind of funny. It offsets the tone of like what's happening. You know, we're in the final battle, and like I just take a moment to do these intros, but I think it's needed. But with that, our leaders pair off to fight the commanders. We also learned that the gym leaders were able to make it to the peak of Mount Coronet undetected by like the stationed Team Galactic grunts like that were at the base of the mountain with the help of Byron, you know, the other Canalave City gym leader, because he's been digging tunnels underground this whole time, and that's how they were able to get to Mount Coronet. So now there's just this system of caves in the mountain, I suppose, you know. He's very much giving dad of the group energy. So, you know, at least we know where he is. Anyway, the battle continues, and we see that as the gym leaders' Pokemon get hurt, Byron like heals their Pokemon from underneath and like sends them back out, which like smart tactic. And like it kind of shows how overpowered items can be in the Pokemon universe. You know, like the commander's like beating out the gym leader's Pokemon, and then Byron just like grabs them from underneath, heals the Pokemon, and it's like get on back up there. But back to the main problem at hand. Cyrus has commanded the two legendary Pokemon to begin fighting, and we then see Mr. Burlitz and Professor Rowan, who are in the tunnels with Byron, and like they're trying to figure out a way to stop Palkia and Dialga because like they see Cyrus like doing his whole thing. We then like get a flashback to Volkner, who got the same message as the other gym leaders to help at Mount Coronet, and like he just deletes the message and decides to head back home. So, you know, I guess he's still not really a team player, which doesn't make sense because I thought he said he wanted to like fight challenging opponents and like this is your chance. But I guess he's like, there's too many people there. Maybe he's just introverted. Like, hey, I get it. But we do see that Volkner comes across like a dimensional rift, but like on his way back home, and like that's where his story ends for now. I'll address that later on, but that's where we leave Volkner's character. So we're finally brought back to Cynthia and our trio, and Cynthia seems confident that Cyrus's plans are not fully in motion because they stopped the creation of the second chain. But as they get to the peak of Mount Coronet, they see Dialga and Palkia fighting, and the space around them starts to distort. So Cynthia's just like, oh, maybe his plan is in motion. We then see Pearl, like, he's just like one step below the others on the mountain, but because of the distortion, he appears to be like falling and getting further away from them. We then see time distortion as Dia like reaches out for Pearl and is like, I'll help you. And then like he does that again. So like time is repeating. So while this is happening, the gym leaders are still fighting the Team Galactic commanders. We see Crasher Wake and Gardenia defeat Mars, and then we see Fantina and Rourke defeat Saturn. Now it is just up to Maylene and Canis to defeat Jupiter, the same duel from before, you know, they're doing a repeat. So they managed to land a combo Aura Sphere and Ice Shard that wins them the fight. So the gym leaders are victorious and have defeated the Team Galactic commanders. Let's go. You know, I did their introduction for a reason. So the gym leaders then rush up the stairs of the spear pillar to reach Cyrus, but the distortion is like really getting strong around there, and so Professor Rowan is trying to figure out the best way to approach Cyrus that would avoid the distortion, and he realizes that going from underground is their best scenario. So they're able to dig a route underground, and they end up right in the middle of Palkia and Dialga, like the battleground basically. So the gym leaders command their Pokemon to grab onto one of the red chains that's like commanding Dialga and Palkia, and the red chain actually breaks and the distortion stops. However, Palkia and Dialga are still fighting, and this is because only one of the two chains Cyrus has are broken. Side note, yes, he does have two red chains when he only made one, but this is going to be explained later on. And one of them's broken, so I guess now he does only have one red chain. But back to our main trio, they eventually do make it up the mountain and they are finally face to face with the legendary Pokemon of space and time. So I guess they were able to just bypass the distortion unlike the gym leaders. But I guess they took longer. That's the catch. I don't know. But they're at the battlefield now, okay? That's all that matters. And Lady connects the legendary Pokemon to the ancient ruins in Celestic Town, and Pearl adds on that they're the same Pokemon that were represented in the statue in Eterna City, and they were actually like seen as a combination of two, as the people thought they were the same being. Basically saying that like they're connecting all these thoughts of the prophecies they heard of Dialga and Palkia all together. Unfortunately, a blast from Dialga and Palkia separates our heroes, and Dia and Pearl end up caught in the middle of Dialga and Palkia fighting. So, Dia sends out his mammal swine that he just got from Lady that he named Moo, very cute, and they charged into battle. And that's when the volume ends. But we do see like this tease of Jupiter getting helped up by a mysterious person. And so, this is where like the things that I talked about, happening in the previous arcs of Pokemon Adventure coming up again. So I did a little research into this character, just so that like I could figure out who she was. And so this character that's introduced at the end of this volume that helps up Commander Jupiter and looks like an amalgamation of all the Team Galactic commanders combined. Her name is Surd, and she's one of the leaders of Team Rocket, and apparently she had a big role as the antagonist in the Fire Red and Leaf Green volumes of the Pokemon Adventure series, but there seems to be like some controversy with her character because basically she's presented as like a large evil mastermind, and like this will be foreshadowed at the end of the next volume. But she does not appear much after this introduction. So her recurring role here is basically a pointless cameo, despite like she's supposed to be this big mastermind that is highly involved in the plot with Dialga and Palkia, along with Cyrus and the scientist Sharon. But like her character isn't really explained in this next volume, and like she doesn't do much after this. So it's just like they're trying to connect a lot of things in the Pokemon Adventure series and like trying to like have plot lines carry over, but like it just kind of gets like it just feels like a cameo and like it's not really doing much, but maybe one day I'll go back and read the other series and it'll make more sense. But that's neither here or there because we have more fish to fry. We've made it to the final volume of the Diamond and Pearl Platinum arc of the Pokemon Adventure manga series as we say goodbye to Volume 8. There are still some plot twists at the end of this volume that I'll get to, and I still have my final thoughts on the series as a whole to give. But before we get into all of that, it's time to talk about the final volume of the series, Volume 9. So, to start off Volume 9, I just wanted to show you guys the final team lineup illustrations because, we get some, like, natures of the Pokemon teams that they're using. And, like, it just, I think it's just, like, cool to, like, see, like, the final illustrations of all the Pokemon that they're using. It's cool. It's a cool thing. And also, I just wanted to once again reiterate that Lady just doesn't name her Pokemon, which isn't bad, but it's just sad to me, okay? But getting to the actual volume, we pick back up right where we left with Mamoswine charging at Dialga and Palkia. And, like, it, like, actually rams head first into both Dialga and Palkia. And, like, sure, in the next scene it gets blasted into a pillar, but, like, that's still pretty impressive. We then see Pearl send out his new trio of Tauros, Diglett, and Buizo to do some high-speed combo attacks. This allows Mamoswine to land a direct ice attack on both Dialga and Palkia. Unfortunately, Dialga just like reverses the flow of time, and it's like they did nothing. And it's like, okay, that's just boring. But Diamond and Pearl are still ready, and they're not gonna give up that easily. And they start their attacks again. You know, they've determined the only way to stop Dialga and Palkia is to either defeat them or capture them. You know, that's the best way of stopping them from fighting. I also like this line that Dia says about, you know, it being duo versus duo, because yes, Diamond and Pearl are just that duo. They're just that iconic. We then see a series of attacks that like I can't really explain. So like here's some stills from the book, because like the illustrations are just so beautiful. I could never do it justice. So you know, there you go. Can't explain it. Meanwhile, Lady notices all the gym leaders passed out on the floor nearby. So all of the gym leaders were wounded from their attempt to stop Dialga and Palkia from fighting earlier, and you know, they're just exhausted. But Candace, Gardenia, and Maylene are like conscious enough to give Lady 3 Pokemon. Candace gives her a Frostlass. Gardenia, who like wasn't really a part of their little girl trio, so I don't know why she's involved, but she gives her a Cherum, and Maylene gives Lady a Pachirisu from Volkner because she just doesn't have anything, you know. So Lady is grateful for their gifts, but the moment is disrupted by one of the stray attacks from Palkia and Dialga. You know, this is a strange moment, but I guess they just wanted to fill up Lady's team because Pearl and Diamond's teams are almost basically filled up as well. So after the stray attack, Cynthia is also like kind of like hit in the aftermath and accidentally drops the ancient texts that she got from her grandma, and Lady is able to read them like as they like drop on the ground. Like Lady just like glances and reads them, and like to Cynthia's shock, like I guess she didn't know Lady could read ancient texts. But we learned that Dialga and Palkia have two special moves. Dialga has Roar of Time, and Palkia has Spatial Rend. And I would be as shocked as Cynthia is that Lady can read these texts, but like it was established earlier with the unknown and the celestic runes, so like we know Lady is just like an ancient text reader at this point. Anyway, Lady deciphers that Palkia uses Spatial Rend to tear away space, and Dialga uses Whir of Time to reverse the flow of time. So, you know, what we saw them do earlier. But Lady is just trying to read these runes in order to find, like, if there's a way to counter these moves. Meanwhile, Cynthia noticed something. Cyrus is like nowhere to be found. Like he was like in the center of this battlefield and now he's just nowhere to be found. Where is he? This is his plan. What is going on? And that is when we suddenly like hear cackling, and like someone's like cackling about them being fools and his perfect world being near. So we know it's Cyrus. We then see a shadowy Cyrus figure emerge with like wings. Like I don't know like where this is coming from because he doesn't have wings in the next frame. So I guess it was just like an artistic interpretation. But before we see what happens with that, we get a brief interlude about Surd and like what her deal is and like why she's here. So basically what I said before, Surd is this character that was one of the 3 beasts of Team Rocket, which is like a fancy title. And apparently Cyrus's plan of creating a new world has been in the works for years, and she has been helping out by capturing legendary Pokemon related to space, namely Deoxys. So Surd was stopped by these Pokédex holders, and we see an image of them, making me want to read the series that they were in, but that's not the point. Anyways, Surd goes into spoilers about the events of that series and these characters that stopped her, but I won't say it here just in case I might read it one day. But another thing that we learn is that, you know, that main character grunt from before, you know, you know the one I'm talking about, that main character grunt. She explains that the Team Galactic grunts all belong to one, like, consciousness, one hive mind, but she freed one grunt in order to take her place here since she couldn't be in the Sinnoh region. So I guess that explains this grunt's obsession with Pokédexes, because, you know, Surd is obsessed with Pokédexes because Pokédex holders stopped her from before. So I guess that kind of explains why this grunt had main character syndrome. But to add to the confusion of this whole scenario, Riley from Iron Island like appears and he like starts fighting Surd because apparently she was the one spying on them from Iron Island, not Saturn. So I'm sure there's a lot to unpack there. Um, But we don't have time for that because we just go right back to Cyrus monologuing, so no resolution there. Apparently, a hole in the sky called the core has appeared, and it's like distorting the world and bringing the past to the present, as well as bringing places from far away all together. Basically, meaning the world is collapsing and Cyrus's plan is almost complete. Hooray! We then see this distortion in the next frames as the Heart Home City contest judges, they're like in the Lost Tower area, and like the Star Raptor statue from the hotel in Volume 1 is suddenly in Pastoria City. Things like that, just chaos all around. So Cyrus continues on about knowledge and willpower and emotion and how they all support each other in a perfect universe. And he goes on to say that this world lacks that balance between the three, and this is the cause for the deteriorating state of the world. It's imperfection. And so, like the drama queen he is, Cyrus like pulls out a piece of paper and pen and just like writes the word universe in all caps at the top of it. And I get you're creating a new universe. You've said that a billion times now, but like this seems a bit much even for you. Um, but things finally start to happen as the core begins to suck up the gym leaders on the ground, and our trio are like trying to wake them up and like pull them back down to the ground, but their methods don't seem to be working. And so Daya decides that he will jump into the core with Mammal Swine, which like kind of feel bad for Mammal Swine. Like I know that it's his Pokemon, but like they just met and it's like, okay, Mammal Swine, let's jump in to fight Palkia and Dialga, and then like let's jump into this whole absorbing everyone. So rest in peace. But so the idea that Daya has is basically he thinks that they can close it from the inside. So he tries to jump into the hole, and that's when Regigigas pops out from a Pokeball from Lady's bag and catches Daya and Mamoswine before they fall into the core. So yeah, big reveal. The Pokemon Lady accidentally caught in the temple with a single Pokeball was Regigigas, and it's responding to Daya's actions, I suppose. Like it's Regigigas, I'll spoil it now, is like the sixth Pokemon on Daya's team, which like if that doesn't spell main character, and also is just kind of a weird turn of events, but okay, we'll roll with it, I suppose. Anyways, Regigigas saves Daya and Mamoswine from foolishly trying to go into the core, so I guess that was a stupid idea. I guess that's what the book is telling us. And then after that, Regigigas just like grabs the necks of Dialga and Palkia, which is a move, I guess. And like Cyrus has to step in with his Honchkrow to like stop Daya from like attacking and even more. And so then we get this scene of like Cyrus asking Daya like why he doesn't understand there's imperfections in this world, and like why are you stopping me from trying to make it complete. And so we get this whole big Tako no Jitsu scene with Daya trying to like talk down Cyrus, and yeah, I'm gonna reenact it here, you know. I'll reenact the big anime trying to talk down the main antagonist scene for you guys. Let's go, let's go. So, for the context of the scene, it's basically a back and forth between Cyrus and Diamond, and Cyrus is just talking about the imperfections of the world and why Diamond doesn't understand that, and then Diamond's basically just trying to like convince him that there is good in the world and stuff like that. You know the typical anime protagonist stuff. Anyways, Cyrus is obviously the lower voice, Diamond is the higher voice. That's how I'm gonna try to differentiate them. Let's go. Why must you always get in my way? Don't you understand the importance of perfection, of making this world complete? Don't you comprehend what a grand thing it is that I hope to achieve? No, it's beyond the likes of you. You've never even considered the implications of time and space before. Uh, I do understand. I can't use big words to describe it, but I get it. I'm slow. Compared to me, Pearl is fast. Even when we do the same thing, Pearl does them quickly, and I take my time. Even the same hour can feel long to Pearl and short to me. But it's still the same hour. That's how I've experienced time. And I've been traveling with Pearl and Lady. We'd only heard about places and towns in this area. So the places we went to, the people we met, the Pokemon we saw, they were all new to us. That's how I discovered how big this world is. That's how I've experienced space. Apparently, asking you was a complete waste of breath. You and your silly notions. And you have the nerve to stand in my way? As I thought, I must wipe clean this imperfect world. Why? Why do you get to decide that? The time I spent with Pearl and Lady, the space I traveled through with them, that time and space is more important to me than anything. That doesn't go just for me either. There are other people and Pokemon who cherish this world, this time and space. And that's why they're all gathered here today. You have no right to take away the things that are precious to others for your own selfish reasons. Wow. So, that's the grand speech by our main character, Diamond, trying to confront Cyrus. Pretty quirky, pretty fun, typical, but it's a nice moment to have in the book, and I think it just kind of solidifies it for me. It's the writer's intent. I don't know if the whole time, but definitely it was decided in the second half of the series that Dia was gonna become this main character type person or archetype, and I think it makes sense. With like how their characters are presented. Diamond is very much the emotional one, as his connection to Mesprit says. So him giving the grand final speech, which was kind of necessary in a story like this, it makes sense. And then, it's not like Lady and Pearl being completely written out. They were definitely more of the attention in the first few volumes, and they're still here agreeing with Diamond and what he's saying, and they're still a symbol of their characters, and they still did stuff. But, I just think it's funny how this all came to be. Not roasting any of the characters or writing choices, but Back to the story, Diamond's speech resonates with Dialga and Palkia, who suddenly stop fighting, or only momentarily, as Cyrus uses his unbroken red chain to try and control them once more. We then learn that Cyrus was able to create a second red chain because the second one is made artificially. I'm not too sure what that means, but it's explained that the artificial one was the one broken by the gym leaders because it was imperfect. It was able to be broken, and so that's what makes Cyrus even more mad. And yeah, I don't know where this artificial second chain thing is made, but I guess that's why they still put an emphasis on it, was that like the first red chain is perfect. It was created from the 3 lake Pokemon, and the second red chain was destroyed because it was imperfect and artificial and his plans were ruined. So, it goes with the metaphor, I suppose. Either way, the one chain he has left is the red chain he made from the lake Pokemon, and he's using it to reignite the fight between Palkia and Dialga. Lady then makes a connection with the ancient texts. Dialga and Palkia are perfect counterparts. They balance each other out. As a result, Cyrus cannot control both of them with only one red chain. So, when the balance between the fight is broken, because Cyrus is eventually gonna have to only control one of them, the trio will be able to strike and make their move. We then see this scene where Cyrus chooses to command Palkia, and our trio uses the chance to attack Palkia and Dialga and level the battling field, as shown by this magnificent illustration that I, can't describe once more. So here it is. A huge explosion happens as I assume the red chain is broken and Cyrus loses control. We then see Cyrus realize what was in front of him all along: the deep and quiet emotions of Dia, the strong ironclad willpower of Pearl, and the knowledge of Lady. They are all incomplete without each other, but together, they are perfect. And with that, our trio has saved the world. Dialga and Palkia are no longer fighting, and Cyrus is alive but in rough condition on the ground. Dia then explains that it's the perfect time for Lady to make her family crest, as they've reached the peak of Mount Coronet. Like, look where we are. The battle is over. It's your time. We then see Lady make her family crest. However, there is still one thing on her mind: her original bodyguards, Paka and Uji. She wants to find them. Dia and Pearl realize that the only lead that they have is that Team Galactic were the ones that blasted them with their weapons. So maybe they have some answers to what happened to Paka and Uji, because there's like they have suspicions that they're not completely dead. They just like got materialized somewhere else. We're not completely sure. But we then see Byron, Professor Rowan, and Mr. Berlitz catch Team Galactic's main scientist, Sharon, trying to run away. And that is when the core in the sky opens back up and like these shadowy claws reach out from it and grab Dialga, Palkia, and Cyrus, and they're all pulled into the core and it closes. This is when Sharon teases to our heroes about there being an other side of the world, as he disappears in a cloud of smoke. Luckily, Daya's Licky Licky was able to grab Sharon's notebook, and they're gonna use that to decipher what he knows. We then get an epilogue scene with Lady's mother on a cruise ship. I think she might have been an important character in like a prior series, because like they reference that Lady went through a cataclysmic event similar to her, and they show her name is Yamase on the last page. And so like I'm assuming she's important. Like I don't know, I didn't research her, but I'm assuming there's some connection to her. Like they're focusing on her in like the last pages, so she's important somehow. Anyways, in the last line of this letter, Lady's mother is telling her daughter Platinum to go explore the distortion world. We then get Lady writing a letter back to her mother. She explains that Diamond and Pearl are now on an adventure of their own and that they're investigating several legendary Pokemon from the notebook Sharon left behind. We also learned that Lady is going to an area known as the Battle Arena in order to learn more about the Distortion World. The page ends with Lady signing off the letter to her mother, and with that, the Diamond and Pearl arc of the Pokemon Adventure series ends. So, to clear up some questions you may have about that ending, plot twist, yes, there are still 2.5 more volumes dedicated to the adventures of Platinum in the Battle Arena and her exploring the Distortion World to save her former bodyguards, Uji and Paka. And I say 2.5 because also I didn't they shift to the Platinum arc like halfway through this volume book. So you see like there's the ending page for Diamond and Pearl, and then they have the beginning of the Platinum arc. So it's 2.5 volumes. So basically in those 2.5 volumes, we see Lady in the battle arena defeating trainers there in order to get information on the Distortion World so she could save her bodyguards. There are also some scenes of Diamond and Pearl finding legendary Pokemon, and the series ends in this grand confrontation with the ruler of the Distortion World, the legendary Pokemon Giratina. And then we get some nice loose ends tied with Cyrus, Dialga, Palkia, and like Volkner. If you remember, he saw like an entrance to the Distortion World. We get some loose ends tied up with him. So there's a whole thing that goes on with that. However, I am not covering those volumes in this video. Firstly, this video is long enough, and narratively speaking, it is a bit odd. Like, this video like has been building up the central conflict of Cyrus, Dialga, and Palkia, and then we basically get more exposition as the story basically starts anew with the Platinum arcs that start. And so I did read the last 2 volumes of the series, and I don't know, to me they weren't all too interesting, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, they're still good, and I think they're definitely a part of the Diamond and Pearl Platinum series because they definitely wrap up loose ends that you have at the end of the Diamond and Pearl arc. But I just feel like narratively it's just really rushed and kind of just abrupt, like how you get this whole exposition and how our trio are just split up kind of permanently because Platinum is now on her own. You're introduced to a bunch of side characters that you have to like get to know very quickly. Diamond and Pearl have some bits to themselves, but it's definitely like very reserved, and I don't know. I just don't think it goes with the overall narrative that I made for this video. So I just thought it would be best to leave the last 2.5 volumes out of it. So if you want to read them, you should definitely, because they definitely tie up some loose ends that you may have. And that just goes for the whole series. Honestly, you should read these books if you need to. But overall thoughts, I really enjoyed revisiting these books from my childhood. It definitely exceeded my expectations because I didn't think I would get as invested as I did. And like I actually finished this series this time around, unlike when I was a child, because I don't think I finished it. There are definitely some things that I did not read. Like from volume 5 after, I do not think I read. But my favorite volume, speaking of volume 5, was definitely volume 5. I don't know. The dramatic reveal of like the bodyguards with Diamond and Pearl and Lady was great, but like also Daya's training arc is still my favorite sequence. To be honest, I really do wish we didn't get rushed training sequences with Pearl and Lady. Like, it wasn't like that rushed in hindsight. Like, they were still set up, they still had their moments, but like, I don't know. I think that Diamond's training arc just really showed like what I love about the Pokemon universe and like its potential. Where it's just like these cool strategic battles and like building up characters and like this underdog story is like just the core of Pokemon for me. And it's just like something I really liked, and it's just something I wish we could have seen. Like I wish we got to see Pearl's like speed team develop more, and like his Buizel evolving, and like him completing that arc of him like trying to live up to like the bodyguards and to his father and to Crasher Wake's expectations. Like I wish we had that with him. Like he had a really cool team setup and like how it like was a foil to Diamond's defensive team. And like with Lady, like she had her moments throughout the entire series with like with her gym battles, but I definitely thought she was kind of snubbed at the end there. Like she got 3 Pokemon in the middle of the final showdown with Dialga and Palkia, and she doesn't even get to use them. Yeah, she does use them in the last 2.5 volumes a little bit, but like, we didn't. It just doesn't feel earned, I guess. Same thing with like Diamond getting that Regigigas. You know, I said my piece with like legendary Pokemon and now how I don't like them because they just feel like a cheat code and like we don't get to see all the work that the trainer put in with their other Pokemon because they get sidelined because oh, it has to be legendary against legendary. It's just a whole different league. So, you know, I just definitely wish it just felt more earned, you know, with them getting their completed teams and we got to see them battle with them. Like we do see it in the final illustration of the Dialga and Palkia fight, but it's not enough for me. It's kind of anticlimactic, but moving on from that, I still love my main trio moments. I still love this book series. It was really good. I am upset that after volume 5, our main trio are just no longer traveling together. Like, it makes sense, but, like, isn't it sad that Lady wrote this whole letter addressed to Diamond and Pearl about how she still wants to travel with them, and then that just doesn't happen ever again? Like, spoilers, but even at the end of the Platinum arc, she just, like, goes to one of their comedy shows and like that's the extent of their interaction basically. We don't see them going on a grand adventure with each other. Like maybe they do go on a grand adventure after that like little nice scene, but it's not set up that way. So it's just sad, you know. Anyway, I guess all I am saying is I just need more with this trio of characters from this book series. You know, I've grown attached. I need them. I don't care about like the story ending and it being a narrative. I need more. I need side arcs. I need a continuation. I need a spin-off. But that's the end of the story for these three. So, final words. If you are interested, you should definitely read the Platinum arc of the Pokemon Adventure series. It definitely rounds things up. It starts at the last of the second half of Volume 9, though. So if you do want to read it, you do need to get Volume 9 as well as Volumes 10 and 11 of the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Platinum Pokemon Adventure series. But also, just read the whole series, actually. Like, I know this whole video is hours long and it explained all the plot events, but there's still things I skipped because I couldn't say everything word for word. So, you know, there's some character moments I skipped, some events I skipped, especially towards the end because I was just trying to like wrap up the story and they were trying to set up things for the next arc, so I had to skip them. So If you're curious about the overall story, I fully recommend you read the books. And with that, thank you for watching this video. It was a long ride making the script. I'll tell you, months in the making. Between me reading the books and me finishing the script. I read the books first and then I went back and summarized everything in my script. So that was a mistake because I basically had to read through everything again, which wasn't bad but was exhausting. So a lot of work into this, but remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And I hope to see you guys on the next video, which will be out who knows when. Bye bye! So I have a lot of Pokemon merch, but in the ones of the background for this video, if you couldn't see it clearly because it's kind of blocked out, I have this Mimikyu hat that I got from a convention. It's very cute, you know, very nice, very cute. I have this Pikachu hat that's, oh my gosh. Ugh. I have this Pikachu hat that it has ears that you just press on these things and it goes up. You know, that's pretty cool. That's pretty fancy. And then I have this just regular Pikachu hat. You know, basic, but it was my first hat, so you know it's iconic in that, and it's nostalgic for me. So, you know, that's my Pokemon Pikachu hat haul. And that's the theme of the video. Thank you for watching.